You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Grand final day, Division 3 style here this afternoon, coming to you live from Jubilee Park here in Ringwood in the big state of Melbourne. The ground is in magnificent condition. The weather's 22 degrees and we've already had a bevy of great football set down for decision this morning, and currently we're in the middle of the reserves grand final. But my name is Wayne Brasher. I'm here to host pre-match for the big Division 3 grand final contest between Donvale and Scoresby, and it's basically a contrast of two sides' forms and performances over the last couple of years, which is going to be a very interesting talking point as we go through the machinations in this hour of power. Joining me on pre-match this afternoon, a young man who's really made inroads in the last half of the season. He enjoyed a lovely trip to the USA, had a great time, and he's come back with renewed vigour. Good afternoon to you, Blake Tennant.
No, thank you, Brash. This ground looks like it just hasn't been touched. It's been a tremendous ground as well, and really looking forward to talking all things EFNL football this afternoon. Division 3 grand final, in my opinion, the two best sides going at it into today's decider, and especially talking to you two boys. It's always great talking to you guys.
And normally we have this gentleman on pre-match, but I've thrown the challenge out to him this afternoon, and I know he's going to be up for the challenge. He's going to be our specialist coaching type analyst this afternoon, but it's a role that is probably not unfamiliar to him. It's a warm welcome to you, Matt Spider-Lee.
Good afternoon to you, Brush, Blake, and all our listeners and viewers. Great to be here. What a glorious day here at Jubilee Park, walking through the gates. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. The ground is in absolute perfect condition, and the game ahead, what a game we're looking forward to. Two sides that have been at each other for a number of weeks now, and the gap has narrowed, and we're going to get a decision at the end of the day who's the premiers, whether it's Donvale going up or whether Scoresby can go back to back.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game because both these sides have had different paths leading into the grand final this year. Donvale were comprehensive winners over Knox in the second semi-final after having the week off. Scoresby have had to do it the hard way, but I don't necessarily think, gentlemen, that it's been all that bad for them.
Well, hard way, Blake, it's always a bit of a question. Is it the right way to go? But sometimes when you do it the hard way, it can sometimes be your best way home because you get the continuity of playing each week. So Scoresby, they've played every week. They'll probably feel pretty good about themselves after last weekend. And to have another opportunity to have a crack at Donvale, who've had the week off, they've refreshed. They've got all sides out here today, had their under-19s and also got the reserves playing. So it's a whole club in focus today. So they're now built up for it. So that's the thing, like when you do have that gap and you have a break, you can fall back into a little bit of a mindset thing, which will be interesting to see what the coach from Donvale, Tony Weeks, thinks, because you just want to know, how they've handled the week and what they've done, if they've done anything any differently. Have they learnt from last year? Have they managed some injuries? Or have they had to guide a few people through? Or have they gone pretty hard in review and focus in on what they've got to do this afternoon?
Yeah, no, I kind of agree there, Spider, as well. And, we all said it, last year, and unfortunately just couldn't jump that final hurdle. But, it's been a good build-up. I think they're well prepared, Donvale, and we're now joined by the coach.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tony Weeks. Good afternoon, and welcome to Division 3 Grand Final Day, a day that's not unfamiliar to the Donvale Football Club. How's the club leading up into this Grand Final this week?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Having the week off again has been a bonus for us. So we've had our 5 training sessions over the last 2 weeks. Fine-tuned a couple of things, but yeah, just generally keeping the boys up and about. Is
there any discernible difference between grand final week last week and this week in terms of the lead-in for the club?
Obviously, last week was a lot more intense at training, and this week's been sort of lighter captain's run type things where we've just got a lot of touch into the boys and get a good buzz around the place.
Go on, Blake.
I just want to talk about as well. You've seen the three sides in the grand final today. Unfortunately, 19's fell short today. Rezzies are up at the moment. What was the club build-up as well? I know the last couple of years it's been seniors and reserves, but how has it been this week having the three sides in the last day of the calendar year for Division 3?
Yeah, look, it was really good, especially with all three sides having the week off last week as well. So we had a training session Saturday morning. We all had a bit of a barbecue after that, kept all the boys together. So it's been for the whole club. It's just been a lot better than having one or two sides in it.
Yeah.
Have you had any guest speakers, Tony? Great to speak to you on grand final day. Have you had anyone come in and speak to the club, or have you kept that more internally focused from the point of view of just trying to get the job done, or have you sort of had to go back and have a bit of a think about what the journey has revolved around in 2025 to get you to this point this afternoon?
It's probably been much of a muchness. We've kept everything sort of similar. I know it's people say it's just another game, but it's not another game. But you don't really want to try and do too much different to make it more pressure on the players. So we've kept it pretty much as we've done all year.
When you talk about it isn't. That's true. It definitely isn't another game, because this is the last game of this for this playing group for 2025. What are some of the key things that you've focused in on, in the last few days when you've had to have a look at Scoresby to try and to get over the line here this afternoon? What are you going to do better this time around to what you probably didn't do so well last time when you went down in that loss down at Scoresby early in the year?
Look, we've had a bit of a focus on that. The old saying is you either win or you learn, and we learned a lot from that game. Our boys got a little bit complacent, I think, towards the end of the second quarter. So we've put some measures in place so that the players can make the call on the ground, and hopefully we'll be able to stop their momentum. When
you talk about measures, are you talking about being able to coach themselves in terms of leadership, making decisions about rotation, or maybe if there's something that's not working, another guy goes into perhaps the middle of the ground if you're not winning a clearance, or even if you're just trying to get a bit of a mismatch down forward?
I've always left it up to the players. I've said to them, if they see something that they think needs changing, change it. And when the runner comes out, let them know. Because by the time we see it and send the runner out there, generally it's too late to sort of do anything about it. So they've got authority to call different styles of play, or make rotations, or have different matchups if they like. As long as they communicate that to the bench, I'm more than happy for them to do it.
Let's clamp down on Scoresby, what they do really well, and what you think where you really can outpoint them today. What do you think the areas of their strengths you're going to have to really zone in on this afternoon to make sure that you give yourself a chance to get off to a good start?
Oh, look, the way they set up behind the ball, they've got some really good ball users down back. Wallenrack, Brunning, these sort of blokes, and then their mids, they get off the leash. They're really dangerous. They've got a lot of left footers, and they're all really good kicks. So we need to make sure that we just put the pressure on them when they've got ball in hand.
And is that also that point that you talked about? Those interceptors. That last time, that was a massive issue, and then they were able to flurry forward. So you're going to have to really put some work into that this afternoon.
Yeah, that's one of the areas that we've really concentrated on over the last 5 weeks. Given the players, like I said, the authority to make the changes, but also make them aware of what they're doing, and so that they can adjust it on the ground as need be.
And just a one as well before, looking back at, last year compared to this year, how do you think the preparation has been? Do you feel like you're more prepared coming into today's decider than what you were last year? Do you think so, or do you think it's a bit of the same?
It's similar, but it's different. It's different opposition. It's different personnel in the side. I've probably got different ideas to what Colo had as well. So while the lessons from last year are still relevant, I've sort of compared last year's grand final to the round 17 loss, where we sort of had control and then let it slip. So the boys have got a lot more resolve in them now to make sure that those sort of things don't happen again.
Scenario playing is obviously very important in big games. Grand final day, no different. Now, last year was a close game. This year, who knows what might happen? Have you think you've got all those bases covered in terms of when the game is on the line? Is it tight? You go into your scenario setups, and now this is where it all gets rolled out, and whether it's the one that ticks it off for you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The guys, we've got different calls that they can make as they see fit, and we can make them as well from the bench. But look, the guys have really taken on board the lessons of those two games we spoke about, so they understand the scenarios, match awareness, time awareness, all that sort of stuff. So hopefully, they're pretty well prepared. Hopefully they'll be able to execute it at the right times.
What about on a personal note for you, Tony? I mean, you've been around this footy club such a long period of time. It means a lot to you. You wouldn't be here if it didn't. What would this mean to you to be a premiership coach of the Donvale Football Club and be a part of a premiership with this group of players and the people that are around the club currently?
Oh, look, obviously it's a bit of a buzz, but for me the focus is the players. Like 4 grand finals in a row for some of these guys, to even the ledger up would be really satisfying for me. They've worked hard. We've had a lot of injuries and a lot of adversity this year, and they've come through with flying colours. So for me, it'll be a reward for the effort that, not just the guys playing today. We've got 30 players missing out in the 3 teams today. So for those guys as well, this is a reward for effort for those guys.
Tony, I noticed with interest, and obviously with James Rouser being out for pretty much 3/4 of the season, I noticed in the second semi-final, when the heat was hot early, obviously his lack of match fitness really told in the first half. But in the second half, when the tempo actually dropped, he started to really get back into his groove. He was running the lines backwards and forwards, and he was able to really, he was starting to really influence the contest. It almost seems like that he's actually, when he runs out today, he's going to be absolutely cherry ripe for this game.
Yeah, look, Rouse sets pretty high standards for himself, and he was really disappointed with the last 2 games of the year. But I just said to him, really, mate, at the end of the day, you've played 2 practice matches.
Yeah.
That first final for him was like round 1. So he's 18 weeks behind where everybody else is. So you can't just expect him to come up and come into the side and take off where he left off last year. So that second half last 2 weeks ago, he was really good, and we're sort of expecting that from the word go today.
And finally for me, Tony, I always look at the composition of the side, especially leading into the finals, and you've only made 1 change technically from your second semi side, and to me that's a really, really good sign moving into a grand final when you've already got a settled lineup and you only just got to tinker around the edges. So you and the selection committee must be extremely excited about being able to put the best side out on in a final series.
I go back 7 weeks, we struggled to fill a full 2 side. We were looking at who we could bring in. Now we're at the point where we're looking for reasons why they should be coming back in. I don't think we had the balance quite right for the semi against Knox, and I think we've sort of rectified that this week with the 1 change.
Well, Tony, congratulations on making it to the grand final.
Absolutely.
It's an achievement in itself for the club to make it to 4 straight grand finals, and hopefully the gods are smiling upon you this afternoon and reward you with victory and promotion into Division 2 next year, because I think in essence I think it's time for Donvale to move forward.
Yeah, look, I think we're ready. Whatever happens will happen, and like you said, hopefully we're in front when the final siren goes.
One final thing, you keeping your nerves in the build-up in the next half an hour till game time. How do you keep all the emotions under check yourself, in check? How do you sort of cope with all this hype now when you walk downstairs now and go and address the players? How are you going to sort of spend that time just to get ready for the game and what's in front of you?
I'm probably more relaxed today than I've been for the last 2 weeks. Like the Thursday night for a coach is a horrible night.
Yeah.
You got the guys, the disappointed the players who are missing out, and I was really probably more anxious about those conversations than I have been about today. I've been here a few times, but it still doesn't make it any different. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, we think we've got the players as prepared as we can, and it's over to them now. They really need to be the ones that step up.
All right, Tony, well, once again, thanks very much for coming up and giving us your time on Grand Final Day. As I said, good luck to the Donvale Football Club this afternoon, and hopefully at 5 o'clock this afternoon, Donvale are premiers and are moving up into Division 2 in 2026.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
There you
it.
have it, ladies and gentlemen, the coach of Donvale, Tony Weeks, and thank you to the Donvale Football Club throughout the year with Tony.
It's been a great insight, and just learning so much because Tony's been around for such a long period of time, coming in back as a senior coach, and now at the helm of a team that's at that touching point to win a premiership and potentially go up a division after a bit of a wait. It's a great feather in his cap the way what he's been able to do. But he does look very calm. This doesn't seem to.
But I think Tony's demeanour is always the same. I don't think I don't sort of. He obviously. We don't see what happens around the traps on a Thursday night and Tuesday night. But look, it's fantastic, and I'm glad he's in.
And the players play for him as well. So.
And just on cue,
Craig, perfect timing.
It's a very warm welcome and to Craig McKenzie, the coach of Scoresby. Craig, how are you this afternoon? And I've got to say, this has been an amazing revival from yourself and the Scoresby Football Club over the last 2 years. You must be absolutely tickled pink to actually be here this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Brash. Excited to be here. Really, really pumped. It's funny, but there's not that much nervous energy going around at the moment. We're really excited and ready for the day. So we're really proud of the work we've done to get here. Obviously, we've grown a fair bit in a shorter space of time, but we're really excited at the fact that we're here, and we know that we're a strong outfit that's ready to give a red hot crack.
On Thursday nights, it's always difficult on a Thursday night before a grand final, telling players that have been on the fringes throughout the year that they unfortunately haven't made it on the day. Were you confronted with those conversations this week?
Not overly. It's probably been something that's across the whole final series, but because we went in with no changes, I guess there was no difficult conversation to leave someone out of the side in that instance. But absolutely, we've got pretty much a full list to choose from. So there's people who have played a fair bit in our senior side this year who have missed out today, and they are flat. They are devastated. Obviously, they put the team first, but you really feel for those players.
The boys are cheering you on there. A couple of them signed here to see. There's big Adam Amini. He would get you up there in a few seconds. But I just want to talk about just the week of how it's been. Obviously, a big win over Knox. But, you've been in the grand final last year. You won that one. But I just start Tony this question too. Do you feel like you've been better prepared coming into last year's or this year's grand final? Which one would you rather be in?
Yeah, it's a tricky question. Look, last year we put together a final series that we knew was super strong, and we knew we were the team to beat, and we knew that we were on top of everything last year. From a perspective of we hit our stride at the right time and had a good list going and whatnot. So last year was a really good final series, but at the same time with me coaching Scoresby, it was the first time into a grand final, so a little bit unknown and whatnot. Whereas this time around, obviously, we've been here before. There's 15 of the players that played in that side last year playing today, which means that they've been through that process before and they're ready to go through the whole thing. And that's why I think we are a lot more calm this time around, because it's you take away the unknown. We know what to expect. The difference is we're coming up against a really quality outfit, and Are
you in? I should say Mr. McKenzie as well. I forgot to add in that one. Just a little laugh on grand final day, but I just want to talk about as well. Do you like having? I think everyone coming into today, Donvale, Donvale, all this and all that. But do you embrace being the underdog tag today? Like, I know you'll be, a little bit underdog sort of tag today. But do you feel that way, or do you think you can take it up to them?
Oh, look, there's no doubt we are the underdog, but it's funny how, like, just in general conversations I've been having it, we finished equal on top of the ladder only by percentage to Donvale. We played a pretty horrid first final against Knox, and then that's probably the reason why people are thinking, they're fair underdogs now because they had to go the hard way. But since that moment, we've played some really good quality football, and the last time we came up against this mob, we managed to get the job done. So it's not a drastic underdog scenario. It just means that we can go in with less expectation on our shoulders to go out there and just play the game plan.
And do you feel as well, playing on a big ground of Jubilee Park, did you enjoy having those 3 weeks? I felt like how I saw your first final. I think playing on Jubilee Park in the first time, maybe that corner, got him a bit, but do you feel like the last 3 weeks you proved that and you definitely see yourself, falling on the big stage?
We were so keen to play on the big ground. I mean, if you have a look at our losses throughout the year that we probably didn't want to lose, we lost against Sylvan and they played the small ground beautifully, like they did against everyone, I guess. But against us, we lost against the Basin on a small ground that didn't suit us very well. And then obviously Donvale, they were the 3 losses that we had. But so we were keen to come onto the big ground. The problem was in that first final, whilst we had our game plan, we didn't adapt too much to the big ground. We didn't adapt enough. And then since then, it was the best learning curve ever. We didn't, as we always say, we don't lose, we learn. And we learnt flat out there. We changed our game plan drastically. And I mean, look what we've done the last couple of weeks. We've gone out and played much better football.
Yep. Craig, good luck this afternoon and all the best for Scoresby. Let's take a step back to the Donvale game when you beat them in your centenary match. At half time, you're talking to the players. Probably the game's not looking on your terms, but you're able to turn that game around. What sort of things can you take from that game, put it in your back pocket today, and then when you need to today, provide that with the players and go, guys, we've actually done this before?
Yeah, it was really funny. Both times come in at half time, and both times we went, geez, we don't even think we're playing that bad. That's what Donvale do. They're a quality outfit, and they just, I was chatting to Steve last week, and Donvale just keep putting score on the board, and all of a sudden you realise, there's a fair margin there, and you're like, we're not even playing terribly. But so we obviously had to adapt in the way that we were playing against them to not allow that to happen. The second time around, we didn't wait so long to make some moves and some changes, and then we obviously knew what we were doing was good, but it wasn't good enough. So we just had to tweak it a little bit, and it was just in the way that we used the ball, not so much about what we were doing defensively. Yeah,
and getting the game on your terms and the momentum of that game. Today's going to be ultra important to get off to the start, the key start. You can't be left sitting in the gates. How do you coach that to make sure that the players are ready right from the outset, that they're ready to attack the game right from the outset to get off to that flying start and not leaving it till late in the game when they have to try and make all that ground up?
Yeah, there's so many variables that you can't control. So what we can do is we can control what our set plays are, our set plan, and then it's all about the mindset from there and about how we go about it. We're very much a side that talks about what's next all the time and getting on with it. So we know some things aren't going to go our way today. Obviously, that's just what footy is all about. Yep. And the more we dwell on it, the more that gap's going to open up. But if we've got that mindset for moving on really fast, then we can make the changes and the boys will adapt to that hopefully much faster.
Your ball transition game we've spoken about it a lot during the course of the year, your ability to be able to, once you defend, then just bring the ball forward in transition mode and spread the ground. That's going to be really important today. So you must be ready and telling the players that making sure that delivery into the forward line is lifting your vision, making sure that you're hitting up the targets and not dump kicking.
Yeah, and especially on the big ground, like being mindful of how we use the ball, because you can get really caught up on. I actually spoke to them about, it's funny how we get caught up on the lines of the ground of where different things are, and on this ground the lines on the ground are much different even to our home ground. So not getting so caught up on the lines on the ground and actually just understanding the pattern of play and where we are, and then our forward 50 entries become a result of our good transition, and that's what we've been working on.
So 3 key messages. What are the 3 key messages when you go downstairs later? What are you going to really focus in on to the players before you run out on the ground today? What are the 3 things that are going to ultimately get you the premiership?
Yeah, well, we spoke about this just in our meeting just before. I asked the boys, and I said, from everything that I've thrown at you in this preparation, I'm mindful it's information overload. So when we come to today, what are those 3 messages you think you're going to roll out with onto the ground? The first one was all just about our movement. We want to be making sure that we're constantly moving and we're always up and about. So we don't want to get caught flat-footed. Get caught flat-footed against Donvale, you get shown up pretty quick. So we've got to make sure we're moving. But it's every kind of movement. It's from behind the ball, it's with the ball, it's anything at all. We're talking about movement. And we practice that at training a fair bit. Yep. The second one is just about our pressure, making sure that we bring the heat, and whatnot. We know that when we defend really hard, really well, then we're really good at bouncing back the other way and getting that rebound footy in our favour. And the third one was just that what's next, that mentality about just moving on. The boys said we want to have fun. I said, and then we want to be disciplined. I said, great. So all of
discipline is another key because things can evolve during the game. There's
That's
going to be
right.
pressure. There's going to be big moments, but it's going to be who stays the most composed that will come out shining light at the end of the day.
I'll tell you, Geelong taught us a few lessons last night about
And that's what I was
moving
going
on,
to
didn't
ask
they?
you.
Yeah.
What did you learn about that from Chris Scott last night? Because it was fascinating talking to him after the game, and he just shed some of that light. But what can you take from that game that you can use today?
Yeah, I really try and pride myself on the way that my body language and the way I conduct myself will rub off on these guys out there. And if I'm on the sidelines, you know, and I'm really anxious and I'm screaming out, and Chris Scott would have had his moments where he was absolutely fuming. But you saw the players around there, even when those moments happened.
Well, the Rayner moment, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, but they were able to pull it in, go in at half-time, reset, and come back out. And I heard them talking about Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah, I did hear that too.
Yeah, just like there's nothing you can do about it now. You move on. And it's exactly what we're trying to say all the time. We can't control that. You know, there's going to be decisions that don't go our way. There's going to be people in the spectators who might say things we don't like. There'll be opposition players who do things we don't like. It doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant as long as we move on and get on to the next stage.
Craig, finally, I got a question about the full forwards on these type of grounds. You've got Adam Armin, right? And do you ask him to play a little bit different and maybe a little bit more up the ground, say around that between half forward and full forward instead of a true full forwards position today? Because it's a ground where the forwards can get lost very quickly, which you mentioned a minute ago.
Yeah, so Adam's got a fair bit of licence in where he sits himself. We've been practicing a couple of different scenarios so he can read the play on where he goes. But yeah, sometimes we will roll him up, even all out to centre half forward. He's mindful that he'll blow up pretty quick when he's up at centre half forward, and that's okay, that's fine. But he's very, very smart in the way he moves himself around the ground. So sometimes we bring him up that high, sometimes he might be 30 out, sometimes he might be deeper, and he's got the licence to make that decision. The key there is communication. How do we communicate that, and how do we make sure the players around know what's going on? Because when we do, it's funny how often something else pops up really quickly.
And finally, on these bigger grounds, right, as compared to the grounds that you've played in the home and away season, normally when you're switching, it's maybe one, possibly two kicks. But on a ground like this, it could be three kicks. Yeah. And I guess when you're asking your players, right, to look for alternatives, the players have to assume that one kick on the switch is not going to get the job done.
Yeah, so I guess you've got to say, why do we switch in the first place? And the switch is to open up the play and to try and get, a new lane coming into the forward line and things like that. And sometimes that switch might be just a short one on the inside and that's enough to break an open play. Sometimes you're right, it might be three kicks that need to go across the other side. Sometimes it might be two and then back one the other way.
Yeah.
So that's why we talk about lanes all the time, because you've got to find your lane into the forward line that's going to work for you. And if we're patient with that, then we'll be able to do it. If we're trying to rush it and force it, sometimes it won't happen.
Well, Craig, it's been, and thanks for coming up and giving us an insightful,
Brilliant. It's been really
review
good.
of.
Now you got to go and have fun, mate.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But once again, look, congratulations on Scoresby actually getting to the grand final. It's always hard coming up from a division, but your guys, with some additions that you've added to the squad and have made a significant difference to this squad, have come through for you, and hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon, Scoresby might pull off the impossible dream and might be in Div 2.
Oh, who knows? Hopefully, fingers crossed, and we're going to give it a fair old crack. And I'll just say good day to my parents who are at home, are really crook at the moment, but they're definitely watching. So,
yeah,
good day, folks.
I'm sure they're going to be watching you, mate, because you've done a great job during the year, and we appreciate all your support of the media team.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you, guys, always.
Mr.
Thank you.
McKenzie, I should say.
That's right. Mr. Mac to you.
Mr. Mac.
Good luck with the call, guys.
No,
Thanks.
Thanks, Craig.
Cheers. Thanks.
There you have it. All the coaches are done and dusted for the big Division 3 grand final, and look, and both our coaches have been
calm, and they're in good mindset.
Ready, steady.
Yeah.
I don't know the words that I mentioned, but yeah, and I think we're in for a good grand final here. I don't think it'll be one-sided. That's all I gather from the coaches.
I just don't think I think the teams are very evenly matched in the way that they can play, and they play contrasting styles. So it's going to be absolute ripper. I think the start of the game is going to be fascinating to see how it unfolds.
It's just how I've been seeing it from obviously Craig. I asked him about did they embrace being the underdog tag? He's saying no. You know, they want to have fun here, and you know, they're a young team, won a premiership last year, and with Donvale, you know, that I think they've actually prepared a little bit differently than, you know, what I gather with Tony. So that's
look, I think that's the thing. Like, they know to step up, and they're going to have to take their game to another level today. But their game is in good order, Scoresby. So, you know, they know they've beaten Donvale once during the year. It's the last time they've met. And now it's the final finish, and they both get to go again. So I think we've got the two best sides playing here this afternoon in the competition, and it's going to be a grandstand finish.
Yeah, kind of agree too.
Right, and 12 minutes into the last quarter here in the Division 3 Reserves Grand Final, and Donvale are up by 18 points, 5-11-41 to Upper Ferntree Gully 3-5-23.
And can I say, Brash, they're going for 3 reserve premierships in a row.
And
be great effort. It's amazing, Brash, because you know when you're in the rooms before a senior grand final, and we've both been involved in administration of clubs, and you're in there before the game, and the reserves are playing, and you're poking your head out the door to see what's going on. Is it extra time? Is it close? What's going on? And then you hear the roar, and then you hear the reserves have won. It is a really good feeling for your change room, knowing that you're about to run out. And potentially, you've got already one Premiership Cup already locked away.
Last year as well, if you want to talk about that, Spider, you know, seeing James Belay when he found out East Springwood won the flag last year, that was the best I've seen. You know, a reserve premiership's coming off the ground, seniors come on.
Yeah, the high-fiving,
it's
the embracing.
Great.
Yeah, I think
it
it's
pumps
great.
them up. It pumps them up. I would have loved to see, you know, we could see it tomorrow with Whitehorse.
Big kick for Donvale here. And
through. That's the game.
It looks like it's gone through. It has.
Yeah, should be a commentator, Brush.
Donvale 6 now, 6-11-47, leading Knox, Upper Ferntree Gully, I should say, 3-5-23.
Yeah, and just quickly, Brush, I just want to, like tomorrow, can you imagine if Whitehorse reserves win the premiership tomorrow, and then that could lead up Whitehorse for tomorrow.
Sometimes it could be worth that extra 5%.
It does, particularly at the start of a game. Yeah, absolutely. It gets you the motivation of the players moving, and it gets a real atmosphere amongst the playing group.
All right, I never asked these I didn't ask this question of both coaches because I didn't know how they would react. But I'm going to ask you, and Spider, you and I have been part of, you know, the fabric of football sides. And been involved at the bottom level as well as yourself, Blake.
Yep.
Can a grand final be lost during the week?
Oh, what's the old saying in football? It's a long week in football, something like that.
The reason why I say that is, can you be overconfident or underconfident and play the grand, and the players play the grand final in their head before they play it?
I've managed to be in, a part of 2 grand finals. And
do you win them?
We did. Won both. Yes, one underdog and one we were meant to win and we won. So, being a part of that grand final week, if I can go back to that, is the nerves. The nerves are high, but I reckon the nerves go away on come Saturday morning. It's just because. You're so excited, your adrenaline's pumping, everything's ready to go, and of course you're going to be confident. That's how I see it. Is there is no, clear standouts in my mind if I was playing for Donvale or Scoresby.
But what happens?
The siren goes for the first ball up. Yeah. Nerves are gone because you're at work. At that very point in time.
That's how I see it. Of course, I think you'll be overconfident.
I always believe that you should embrace the moment, or embrace the week, and celebrate the week, for what it is, because you might not ever get the chance to play it again. So many players play a lot of football or sport in general and never get the opportunity to understand playing in what a grand final is and what it's about. Yeah. And premierships, they're hard to win. So I think you've really got to... You've got to embrace the week. You've got to celebrate it for what it is. I think you've still got to be cautious in some of the aspects of it and not to try and go too deep and drown yourself in it, because you can drown in it, in all the hype. You can, and some clubs have drowned in it at times, AFL clubs in particular, and local football, EFNL clubs. But you still got to be able to enjoy the week for what it is. At the end of the day, you're with your best mates, you're with your friends, you're with your families. You've got all the people around the club. You've all worked hard to get there. So why not just embrace the challenge? And particularly for a club like Donvale, who are the favourites favourites as we've seen in this game. But a club like Scoresby, it's a bit like it's a free hit. And as Craig said, they're going to have fun today. But at the end of the day, like if they don't get over the line, they'll learn. They'll take so much away from it, and they'll grow as a club. They'll just keep growing because they're going to keep coming, right? Because when they get back the next time, you just go, well, we know now what it's about. Like, and sometimes there is a missed opportunity. Like, I still think back to 2002 when East Ringwood beat East Burwood. East Ringwood were well and truly behind in that game. And East Burwood ended up losing that game, well in control. But East Ringwood were clearly the best side of the year. But at the end of the day, East Ringwood just had the belief that they could get the job done. If you've got belief, there's no reason why you can't win.
Well, gentlemen, we're going to take our first break, and then when we come back from the break, we're going to start talking about all the other games set down for decision today and for today. But right now, this is Division 3 Grand Final Day, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1, streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Division 3 Grand Final Day here at Jubilee Park between Donvale and Scoresby, and Donvale reserves have set the tone for the seniors because they're heading for the premiership here. 20 minutes into the last quarter, it's Donvale 7-13-55, leading Upper Ferntree Gully 3-5-23. Gentlemen, we've got a couple of games set down for decision this afternoon. Let's look at Premier Division.
Yep.
It's second semi-final day down at Beaconsfield Home Park. It's Blackburn taking on Balwyn. Blackburn have been in irresistible form leading into the final series, Blake. Have you seen it?
Have you seen the big in for Ballin today?
No.
Jared Leonard comes back into the team.
Who's he replace?
I don't.
Durden, is it?
Yeah.
Sam Durden?
Sam Durden comes in.
Sam's not playing, but obviously it's a big out because that's where they've been getting some goals from. Sam's been very good. But, no, look, it's going to be a big game, Brash. I mean, no doubt, on a big ground. I think this really plays into Blackburn's hands to see
I do too.
How real good they are on a big ground. I mean, speaking to a lot of Blackburn people, they are excited about getting out on a big ground because they know the way they move the ball. They know their game's in really good order. They've defended really well during the year, but their midfield dominance at stoppages, clearance, contested ball, guys like Ainsworth, Paddy Waller, Riley Stoddard, who's been the most dominating player in the competition, particularly in the back end of the year. I think he'll be highly rated for the Chandler medal. I just can't see a player that's going to have the impact that he's had. But he's just going to be a danger player this afternoon for Blackburn. So, look, I mean, if they get first use into that final, they've got so many options, Brash. I mean, you look at Toby Wire, guys like Oglethorpe who have had really good years, and then a guy like McAdorian who's been, his forward stoppage work and forward craft has been really important. And he's kicked over 30 goals, so they've just got so many options at goal where they're getting their goals from that midfield as well. So it's going to be a big day for Baldwin, whether they can get that intercepting game going and then transition and then create some scoreboard pressure.
I was just going to ask both you gentlemen, we're all down there last week, and Blake, do you think that Blackburn may take a quarter just to get used to the ground? Yeah. And if so, is that where Baldwin have to strike early?
I think so.
Before Blackburn hit their stride?
I think so, because listening into what Brendan Sanderson said last week, he thought they were still in their cars. So that's just what I gather. The start is where this game will be opened up, and I think it will be a low-scoring game.
Baldwin will want it a low-scoring game. This is the thing, Blake. Baldwin will probably not be able to kick a massive score to win the game. Yes, they do have kicked goals in the late in games, but I think Blackburn are the side that they'll want a high-scoring game, and that's the way that they play and evolve with the way that they move the ball. So if Baldwin defends strongly and can shut down Blackburn's ability to move the ball, then Baldwin are well and truly in this game.
Yeah, no, I think.
Go on.
Yeah, I think. Like you said, if you listen to the interview that I had last week, and with I think who did I have again? I had Tillig, and I think someone else. So I forgot the name now, but I think the player that I had kicked all the goals. Said he really used the conditions well, and you got it because it could be a bit breezy down at Beaconsfield. I doubt it though today. Just with
we're going to have guys for ball, and they're going to have guys like Markowski, they go Oaks, all those sort of guys. They're going to get they're going to want their mid-sized forwards doing a lot of the work. Now, it's going to put a lot of pressure on them. But I just think if from the defensive point of view, I look at Ball and Brash and go, there's a lot of distinct similarities like Collingwood. The way that they intercept, the way that they like to move the ball. With tempo and with that speed, and then they like to hit up their targets. So that's what they've got to do to frustrate the Blackburn defenders. They've got to make them accountable. So that's going to be really important. I mean, this ruck contest, Harry and Anderson, going to be a big one. It's going to be massive. Harry didn't play against, Baldwin last time these two sides met, and the margin was a goal the other way. Baldwin win that game.
For mine, I think what I like about Blackburn this year, and I think it bore fruit, and I thought where they come of age as a side this year was that game against East Ringwood where it was really close at half-time. They came out in that third quarter after probably a very, very quick, very even 10 minutes, and they blew East Ringwood straight off the park. And that to me was the sign that Blackburn are ready, right, to go to the next step, because they withstood all the pressure that East Ringwood had thrown up against them, yet they were able to knock the killer punch late in that third quarter, and the game wasn't the same after that.
No, and scoring's been a bit of their part of that Brash and Blake all year, hasn't it? They've been able to score quickly off the back of when they've been challenged.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, they've got a lot of X factors as well, or wild cards. Everyone's saying wild cards instead of X factors now, but I think, if you look at Riley Stoddart, he can play midfield, right?
Well,
but
he's
he
mid-forward.
can go forward as well and, kick your 1 to 2, 3 sort of
We
goals.
haven't even spoken about the full forward. He's kicked double figures at least twice.
He's been brilliant.
And also, I think Jake Hammond coming into the side.
Yeah, Hammond.
Yeah, they've got a lot of options, but so New Bourne, but I think your boy that you said at the start, Spider Slimming, he was a little bit down, but he can definitely, win him a final. He's my Bourne X Factor.
Well, on a big ground, I think Slimming today, this is made for him if he can get hand on ball, because he's a very skillful player. He brings other players into the game, and if he's running up and down that wing like he does and can deliver the ball, then watch out. But look, I am going for Blackburn, but I think it's going to be very close. I think Blackburn might win this game by around about 10 or 12 points.
I'm going to go to Bourne. I've got Bourne winning today. I liked what I saw yesterday. The bigger ground, another week with them. I'm going Bourne.
But I think, boys, whoever loses is not out of the premiership race. They'll go round. There's the possibility that these two teams could meet again in 2 weeks' time, and they've probably been the best two sides.
I still worry about Bourne's lack of centre half forward. I don't think they've found. I know they've got Will Lamott there, but I don't think they've.
Is he the answer?
No, I haven't, and I still think I think it's a problem child still for Brenton Sanderson. And with the way that Blackburn's defence is playing, I think they can really exploit that weakness this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Brush. I think when they win that aerial battle, if they can get that ball moving again, the defensive end, it makes it really hard for them. So I think Blackburn definitely, if they can get their hands on the ball early, will put certain pressure on the ball and forwards, if they defend the ground well. So big challenge for Bourne.
I've got Blackburn by 18 points.
18 points?
I like I said,
can't see it being a blowout.
No, and I think
Bourne don't want it a high-scoring game. They will not want this to be a high-scoring game, because if it's going to be a high-scoring game, Blackburn could blow them off the park.
And I think the game might have similarities to what last week's game turned out. It'll be pressure on, and I think it'll be one side that will get a 10-15 minute play where they'll make hay while the sun shines, and the other side won't be able to peg it back. And I think that's where Blackburn may have the advantage this afternoon.
And the one thing with Blackburn, the big test is there is a lot of their players that haven't played finals.
No.
Right? So this is going to be a real measure of and test to see how they stand up in a big game, big pressure stakes, coming up against a team that won the premiership last year. There's a lot of players out there that know what finals footy's about and have done it on the biggest stage of all, and that's on grand final day.
Well, there's another game set down for decision this afternoon. It's the preliminary final in Division 2. And that's between Surrey Park and Wantirna South.
Yep.
Now,
this is a big one.
This is a massive game.
It is.
For both clubs. I mean, Wantirna South have come down. They come down from Division 1, and no one knows how you're going to react. And they've made massive leaps forward with their squad this year. They've got a lot of young guys in there with a lot of promise. And after watching them last Sunday, I was really impressed with the way that they attacked the contest. And the thing is, their coast-to-coast work where they just run through the midfield, I was really impressed with that. Then on the other hand, we've got a side like Surrey Park. There's been absolutely, in my mind, no expectations of them actually being here this afternoon. I would have settled for them to finish outside the 5 on a 9 and 9 figure and think, that's a good introduction to Div 2.
But they've ticked them all off.
They've ticked them all off. And the way I see this, if this game breaks open, I see Wantirna South winning it. However, if it becomes a dogfight like it was last week between Surrey and Templestowe, Surrey will be well and truly up for the challenge, and they could actually win this game. interestingly, they brought Jack Mahon back in, which is an interesting
Well,
call.
it's a risk. It's a big risk off the back of an injury, but it's probably worth the risk to take.
I've got a few people that will be down there. He's listed on the interchange bench, so I'll find my source and I'll tell him if he's actually going to start on the ground.
Well, I wouldn't start him on the ground.
I'm going to find that out with my...
Because I would rather... I put it this way, and I allude back to James Rouse's first half last week in the second semi-final. He needed to run the cobwebs out, and he couldn't keep up in the first half. But when the pace slowed, and he needed to... His endurance levels and that started to come to the fore in the second half, that's when I want Jack Mahon. If Jack Mahon is lacking match practice, I'll want him today to be the impact player, not a player that's going to play 100 minutes.
Well, he's not going to do that, Brush. He's just going to be that, what you're saying. So he's the sort of player that can go down forward, kick that big important goal, and he's the sort of X-factor player that can snatch that game from them, right at the pointy end. So big challenge for Surrey Park. Look, I'm going for one turn to South. What I saw last week really impressed me. Thought they defended really well. Thought their midfield work through clearance and contest was really, really strong. And I thought their forward line setup, led by guys like Warner, Clark, etc., just played, and O'Keefe, were dominant. And I just think once again Surrey Park's defence is going to be put under a fair bit of pressure today. They stood up tall last week, or last time around, last match. Can they stand up this week again? That's the big question mark for me.
I think, from my point of view, if Wantirna South come out with that shock awe approach like they did in the first quarter last week, right, and then are able to dictate the terms for the rest of the afternoon, I think they win, and they win by 4 or 5 goals.
Yeah, no, I'm going Wantirna South on this one. I really like what I saw last Sunday. The crazy bit is that Liam Hewitt didn't get a goal, and that's really got me going, wow, they've got a lot of forward options. You looked at Quinn Clark last week.
Yeah, he was good.
6 goals.
Yeah.
And I think they've also got O'Keefe as well there. They've also got a lot of players that can get on the scoreboard for this great Wantirna South outfit.
But the midfield last week, guys like Liggett was terrific. Caney was terrific. Kaika. So they've got a strong depth midfield. Just as good as what Surrey Park is. So this is going to be a real close finish, I think. I think Wantirna South win, but I think I think by around about a goal. I think Surrey Park will push it all the way. Yep.
All right, let's turn our attention back to this game this afternoon whilst we've got some more time before the actual game starts. I want to start talking about some of the key players from both sides, and I'll start with Donvale. We've got Duncan. Played 15 matches and kicked 57 goals, and Nick Murphy, 18 matches for 54 goals.
It's sort of like Batman and Robin, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see, what Craig McKenzie sort of has in plan for those two, players as well.
You've just got to make sure that when they're going into that forward line, that it's rush kicks, it's shallow kicks, so it gives their interceptors that time to be able to mop the ball up and then transition the ball.
Do you think Mohamed Amin gets a role on one of those two? He's a defender. I think last time at Donvale when I called the game, Mohamed was always on Duncan or Murphy, so he might get the job there as we speak. Kaziada is another one that can also go down back as well for the Magpies as well. But they're going to have their work cut out, but it's all up to them, and they've got to communicate who's going to kick the goal. So
look, I think the big thing for Donvale is, if they get that ball in to both Duncan and Murphy, it'll put pressure on the defence of Scoresby to hold up. And we know if they get good looks at it early in the game, as they have done the last 2 times the 2 teams have played and got off to a start, real pressure will start. But if Scoresby can really put the squeeze on the Donvale forwards and make them be accountable, push up the ground a little bit, make them having shots from maybe pockets where they don't really want to have those shots from, it'll make it a lot harder. And then you're causing the chaos ball. Then you're causing a little bit of unpredictability, and then they can counterpunch off the back of that.
And I think
midfield battle, Brush.
Well, because quickly, I think also too. This is where I think Donvale do have the depth. Jordovic and Giles. Right, they've got their extra goal kickers, and that's actually who I'm actually picking to win the medal this afternoon. Harry Giles.
Well, I'm picking Jordovic. So
Jordovic, how many do you think you have to kick?
I think if he kicks 3.
Set him up as well.
And has some score involvement. I think that goes a long way to Donvale winning the game and going close to winning the medal.
And I think, and other players I think for our viewers to watch would be James Rouser, Luke Wignall in the midfield. As long as the two Zalich boys, they add a lot of physicality to the contest in the midfield. They're going to be really important. Let's quickly look at Scoresby and some of their players. Yeah, Adam Amin, 21 games, 86 goals. Declan McBean, 20 games, 45 goals. And a couple of other players who I think have been instrumental in their resurgence. Matty Traynor, Jordan Camilleri and Dale
Camilleri for me, Brash, is the man. He's the key to this game for Scoresby through that midfield. If he gets the ball like he did and dominated early in the season, like he's one that Donvale are going to really have to put some time into this afternoon.
If Scoresby do win this game, I've got him winning the best on ground medal. I've really liked what it gone, but Brunning's also. He can kick a couple, here and there.
Well, they can flick him forward. Yeah. They can move him forward like they did last time.
He's been a really good player for Scoresby this year as well. But, Adam Amin, he's been a bit quiet this final series. Didn't kick a goal against Knox in that qualifying final. Semi-final, maybe kicked 3, I think. And, he's been a bit quiet. And, this is what you want. You want your best forward to explode come grand final day on the big stage.
Yeah, and if he gets, if the ball goes into him properly and they kick it into and get that one-on-one, then there's a good chance that he's going to get it. So, it'll set up for Scoresby. But it's the players around him. They also have big impact in the Scoresby forward line. So they've got a good combination there, Brush. A guy's kicked 86 goals, 45 as well. And then they've got their smalls and their mids that have been kicking a lot of goals as well. So there's a lot for Scoresby, to like. Even a guy like the Geese who's had a fantastic season. Guys like Hicks that are really important. They're going to be players that we need to really watch this afternoon.
I also think you take the likes of Brunning and Wolnerek in the back line. They're going to be equally important. But I think one guy that I think he's probably the perfect link man between the backs and the forwards is Ryan Hicks. He's got to get involved this afternoon. He's going to have to impose himself on the contest to keep Scoresby in the game, especially if the game is not on their terms.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's just such an important player for them, both from an offense point of view, but also when they haven't got the ball. So he's going to have to play his role this afternoon. And when he does have the ball, if he makes the good decisions and makes those right choices, then it's going to go a long way for Scoresby to be right in this contest.
I also think too, you look at, I like I said too, I'm always happy when I don't see many changes to a side in the grand final. I think that regardless of players missing out, and that will never ever stop as long as grand finals exist. But at the end of the day, the coaches and the selection committee, gentlemen, they live and die by the side that they pick on grand final day.
Yeah, certainly do. And it's a continuity, isn't it, Blake? I mean, if you've got continuity and you've got stability within your team, makes it very easy to...
You have a look at what Tony Weeks and Craig, I think it was Tony Weeks or something, they had to get rid of 30 players on grand final day, which is a nightmare, to do that. It shows you got good depth, obviously, but to get rid of 30 players on grand final days, it's always
you're selecting your side from 30 players. That's what he was saying. He could have picked 30 players. So there's 6 or 7 guys that are probably walk-ups but are not getting a game. But that's the tough decision of coaching. So look, it's going to, it's all set to go. So Donvale, they'll know that they've got. That at Scoresby, they feel like they've got the stability. So, stability for me is always a good thing when going into a game of footy, a big game like a grand final.
Well, gentlemen, pre-match is done and dusted for the big Division 3 grand final. And after the break, the call team will assemble to present to you this afternoon the Division 3 grand final between Donvale and Scoresby, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest, compassionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating life.
Hi, I'm Ben Durkin from the Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to Jubilee Park, the Division 3 Senior Men's Grand Final for 2025. It is Donvale taking on Scoresby. Donvale in their 4th consecutive Grand Final, looking for their 2nd premiership in 4 years and the promotion to Division 2, taking on Scoresby, who have come into Division 3 this year after breaking their premiership drought in Division 4 last year against Whitehorse. They are looking for back-to-back flags as they look to continue their rise, follow the footsteps of Surrey Park. And we've got a magnificent day out here at Jubilee Park. Fantastic to be out here. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the EFNL, joined by Jared Beanlin in the comms chair. Jared, it doesn't get any better than this, and we've got an absolute beautiful day for it.
It does not. G'day to yourself, g'day to the listeners. Thanks for having me. 1 year ago, we saw one of the grand finals of the ages with Surrey Park overcoming Donvale. I think it's going to be a fantastic day today once again. Hopefully for Donvale, they'll get redemption. Hopefully for Scoresby, they can, as you say, follow in the path of the Panthers and make their way into Division 2. It's there's a lot of grand final experience amongst this group, these two groups now, and I can't wait to see how it all plays out.
You can't ask for anything more. Matt Spotterly, great to have you on board for a big grand final day. We heard your voice in the pre-game. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Ryan and Jared and all the viewers and listeners. Great to be here. Really looking forward to it. What a game we've got in front of us this afternoon. Two quality teams. One team that's just looking to take that, desperate to get that promotion, and another team, Scoresby, who's going for back-to-back. And if they ended up going up twice in a couple of years, that'd be just everything for them as well. But look, it's all in readiness. We've all been waiting for so long for these two teams to play each other, but really looking forward to what's in store for us over the next couple of hours.
Absolutely. Ray Baird also in the specials chair today. Great to have you on board for a big Division 3 grand final.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Look, this is what it's all about, grand finals, and they don't get any bigger than this rivalry between these two clubs over this particular season. You know, we've seen them both times, and it's been great result. It's still a 50-50 game as far as I'm concerned, but look, the conditions here are absolutely fantastic. I did notice that Tim de Geese won the toss, and Scoresby will kick to the swimming pool end of the ground too.
So they will be kicking to the right side of your screens. If you're listening on from home, watching on our EFNL YouTube and Facebook pages, of course, there is a bit of a breeze down there at ground level.
It feels like it's picked up a little bit in that last quarter of the reserve game when we saw one of the big goals.
Feels more like a 3 to 4 goal, maybe more breeze down to that end of the ground. Paul Uconi, who'll be in the Stats Centre today, thanks to Premier Data. Paul, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, certainly, mate. It's a picturesque afternoon for it. You know, the ground's an absolute carpet for all intents and purposes. It's a fantastic surface. I reckon I could get a kick myself, but
I don't know about that, Paul.
It's a really exciting matchup. You got the two best teams in it, and I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Before we get to our tips, let's go down to the boundary because we have Blake Tennant and Chris Cordes who are at ground level. Chris, I'll start with you. Looks perfect out there, and it's a great afternoon and conditions. How strong is that breeze?
I tell you what, guys, it's absolutely pristine down here. The ground's in terrific conditions. Is a bit of a breeze down to the right-hand side of your screen. Nothing too major, but if we do see some high dumping kicks, that'll obviously take effect there. I'll get a bit of ahead of schedule here. My tip is Donvale by 22, but I'll let you guys interrogate Blake for his.
There we go, Blake Tennant.
Conditions really well. Just had a look at the ground and, through a bit of grass, it will be going to, of course, the right side. And conditions are perfect. Pitch of ground, always great to be down here at Jubilee Park. I'm going to follow in Chris' steps here. I'm going Donvale, and I tipped him by 25 points.
Blake, terrific conditions down there. What are we going to do, mate? We're going to battle bowl first.
I'll be batting first on this wicket, Ray, and I'd like to see you being the umpire and put a trigger finger in.
There you go. We'll continue our tips before we get to the national anthem. Paul, I'll start with you. Your tip this afternoon?
Yeah, I've gone Donvale. I reckon they'll win by about 19 points. But I see this one going the right way. I think they'll win by 19 points, but they'll kick away in the last couple of minutes.
Ray?
I'm playing it safe. I'm picking the Magpies. You can work that one now. Look, I think Donvale will win 3 goals.
You will not sit on the fence on that one. Spider, your tip this afternoon?
Donvale by 10 points. I think this will be decided really late, and the draw to Vic for the best player for the medal.
Jared, break us up. You got a tip for Scoresby?
I am.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got them by 5 points. I just think that they might have the mental edge over them. They've now started to learn how to use the ground well at Jubilee Park, and just listening to Craig McKenzie gave me quite a lot of confidence in Scoresby's chances today.
They got the clash jumper too as well, Scoresby.
They do, and they wore this earlier on in the season in that round 8 clash where the two sides met. And on both occasions, Donvale have gotten out to 7 or 8 goal leads, and both times Scoresby have started to get into that margin. The second time they were able to be strong enough to get across the line. As we get our final photos before the national anthem, always the most exciting part.
Yeah, well, this is when the
nerves.
And Ryan, just congratulations to the umpires umpiring out here today. Look, it's a grand feat if you're an umpire to get to grand final, and congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, correct. Best of the best across the last 5 grand finals of the year. And we're almost ready to go for the pre-game presentations. Both sides lining up out here at Jubilee Park. Thank you for your company across today on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. Let us know where you're tuning in from this afternoon.
Good afternoon all. On behalf of the Eastern Football Netball League, welcome to Jubilee Park, Ringwood for the Eastland Division 3 2025 Division 3 Senior Men's Grand Final between Donvale and Scoresby. Congratulations and best of luck to both competing sides in today's decider. Officiating umpires for today's match are, in the field, Zach Dent, Hugo Morgan and Nick Palmer. Our boundary umpires, Brad Stelfox, Chris Triplow, Cameron Scriber and Taraku Nachev. And in the goals, Liam Koenig and Jason Gillow. I would now ask all to be upstanding with the players and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem. Best of luck to both teams. May the best win.
Park for a massive Division 3 grand final. Sends chills down your spine.
It does. And look, when the anthem's playing, the nerves are there. And then once it stops playing, you really know that it's a game on, Ray. And it's all before us now. And it's exciting times for both teams. Coaches can do no more in terms of what the players have got to go out and actually do the job. The coaches now just get to work and put the tactics in place.
And there must be nothing more exciting for a player than, the first 5 minutes of a grand final. Both sides are going to test each other out, and it's going to be interesting just to see who can get that first goal on the board.
Yeah, composure going to be the key, and just who can get hands on the footy first.
Well, Jared, we've seen this now. We've seen these two sides match up both times this year, and it's been the same start each time.
Yep.
What can Scoresby do in this first quarter? If they're going to use the breeze and get ahead, it's going to be massive for their chances today.
I think they might try and put a lot of pressure around the stoppages, try and lock it up, because Donvale have had the fast starts against them, and then just generate some run off the half-back line. It's going to be very interesting to see whether or not that sort of in-close hand-to-hand combat does start to go Donvale's way this quarter, because then the question is, what do they do with it kicking into the breeze?
Well, we've got to throw the challenge out, Jared, to Donvale, don't they, really? Got to hit the scoreboard early. Don't want to be chasing the game late, kicking against the breeze.
No, absolutely right. And there are so many weapons up forward for Donvale. It's a scary prospect, no doubt. But I'm sure with 2 attempts against them so far, 2 games against them, Scoresby will know what they're about, taking on the likes of Djordjevic, Duncan, and of course Nick Murphy.
It is a very threatening forward line, and we've seen it on this deck, on this day, on grand final day at Jubilee Park, where those guys have got off the chain and had such a massive involvement. And on the screen just before was the skipper, and James Rouser has won a Best On Ground medal. He's done just about everything. He's been a premiership captain before. Really looking forward to seeing how he performs today.
Yeah, he's determined to do it again, and he's a quality player, so he's going to take some stopping. But he's been a little bit underdone in recent weeks, so he's just starting to find his groove. So let's hope for Donvale's sake he can get his hands on the ball early.
Absolutely. So we're almost ready to get going in this Division 3 grand final. What a day out at Jubilee Park.
So much anticipation.
The 2 biggest sides in Division 3 about to go head-to-head for the 3rd time this year for the 2025 Premiership Cup.
Jubilee Park holds its breath as the 2 ruckmen go at it. Rouser attempting to get the first clearance. Donvale, they just find a little bit of space through Zalek. Now Rouser again kicks it inside forward 50, just a shallow entry. Fighting for it out there is Toby Richards. He's going to find himself in a Djordjevic tackle. And we get the first stoppage of the game. Bit of territory won for Donvale. Murphy gets the tap down, trying to fight his way through was Wolnerick. Tackle laid by Tommy Tout. And a secondary stoppage out there. We'll see how this feeling out period goes. Can one of these teams steal a march against the other? Murphy gets a bouncing ball inside forward 50. Humphreys lost his feet. This could be dangerous for Scoresby, but running was the composed mind back there in the defence of the Magpies. Spilt mark. on the exit. Scoresby managed to recover it at ground level. Walnerick sharing it through hands. The kick is a high up and under onto the wing, setting himself underneath. It was Tim de Geest. It was spoiled away from him. But there was a high tackle laid, trying to advance the ball through advantage was Camilleri, but the umpire is going to bring it back. And it's Tim de Geest, the captain for Scoresby, to try and figure this one out. He gets it to Frith. He had a bit of space in front of him to send it forward. Amin, could it be the first for Adam Amin? Just skewed to the right. The kick round the body, it was a little bit rushed.
Yeah.
And the first score goes the way of Scoresby. They are one behind to Donvale, no score.
Good transition early for Scoresby off the back of those 2 stoppages down Donvale's forward line.
Gee, what a start that would have been for Omin, because he was talking, I saw on Facebook, 14 for the day to get his back-to-back 100.
I was thinking of that before.
It is still a possibility.
14.
He's kicked 86 for the season, as this ball might come straight back out. Camilleri now for the Magpies. Goes long towards the Amin direction, or towards the goal for the first goal of the grand final. Not quite, just to the right. It's a minor score. 2 behind Scoresby. Donvale yet to score.
Just a quick one, boys. Number 34, Braden Bowes, is wearing the 51 today. So
beautiful, thank
that's
you.
That's a number change.
BT down on ground level today with Chris Cortis for this big grand final as Donvale now look to get out of their back half. We've talked about there is a breeze going to this end of the ground. And now a chance here for the Magpies of Donvale. It was Tout, turned over, Mason Storr, got it off to Cooper Frith, who puts it towards the Amin direction. He's going to get another chance at it. Didn't take the mark. Will run onto this one if he can pick it up cleanly. Tries to got the handball off there. Hicks, his kick was smothered. Under a bit of pressure there. Zalik with the handball. And wrapped up. Storr, his best on ground in last year's Division 4 grand final. Expect him to pop her up around goals this afternoon for Scoresby.
Scoresby forwards, got to keep putting pressure on early.
And we're going to get a repeat stoppage inside 50 here. First 3 minutes of this contest. It's Scoresby 2 behinds, Donvale no score. The big decider in Division 3 this year. Tap down. Looking to clear this one out is Zalik. A high kick up and under. And a great mark in defence here taken. And it's Kazazada for the Magpies. And they've been able to lock it in their forward half at the moment.
He'd be looking to put this right on the point of the goal square.
Well, they've gone for a min each time, and they've done it again. Plenty of Donvale players in this pack. Out the back, McBean, Rouser, who can pick it up cleanly. Donvale keep this alive. McCormack. They go back through Zalik, who's had plenty of the football so far. He's got plenty of space to take a bounce. He took 2 and then passed it off as he hits up a target in Goldsmith.
So Goldsmith just trying to tightrope the boundary line now for Donvale, working this one out. Do they go the corridor kick, or do they just stick it down the line once again? They do go down the line, but cut off by Walnerick. Well read there by the big man. Only knows one way, we've heard from Craig McKenzie in the past. No regard for his own safety this time. He sends it down the line, picked up by Goldsmith once more, gets it out to Otten, hands it back, Goldsmith. Another handball, and Donvale will send it onto the wing once more. One for the Flyers, over the top was Day, had it stolen from him by Walnerick. Starts to put a bit of pace on the ball now, hands it to Hicks. And, well, it was all Nick Lang. Rouser just stole it from him. Now through the corridor, Donvale gets it to centre half forward. What can he do with this? Giles kicks it off the deck. Duncan has to bend down to get it. Just slipped one. Brought to ground by another. Got the handball out. Kazazada will be the first to it. Composed in defence. And he sees a free man out. And it's Walnerick once more. We've called his name a few times. Oh, his kick wasn't great to De Geest, but he was able to just trap it and send it to Hare. And Scoresby just settling down now, running, diving mark out in front of Tommy Tout. Has to pick himself up. And it will be a slow play once more. 2 behinds to Scoresby, 5.5 minutes gone in the 3rd Division Grand Final. Brunning elects to just send it high up and under. Wasn't to the advantage of Scoresby, really. It spilled out the back. Wignall was there, and now it's Otten. Advances forward. Manages to get it to Goldsmith. All this play on the outer side, just near the scoreboard. Goldsmith towards the half-forward line for Donvale. Spilt out of Warnerick's hands again. De Geest, the handball just missed him to Brunning. And now De Geest once more. Short little chipping option towards the corridor. Del Rain shares it with Camilleri. Scoresby advanced forward again. Amin is one out. Mill did really well. Spilled out the back. Oh, Amin claims the mark on Nathan Mill. He thought he might have touched it. I thought he might have touched it, but Amin and the umpire both disagree.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, but you've got to give full marks to Scoresby there, the way that they've moved the ball just in the last couple of minutes, giving their forwards a chance to score.
It was very considered, and the open forward line as well. It's not what Donvale wants to see when Amin is down there, one out. Adam Amin, the main goal kicker for Scoresby, of course, 74 for the year. He kicked his 100th goal of 2024 during the grand final against Whitehorse last year. Can he get Scoresby on the board with this one? And he's missed it again. That's 2 behinds to Adam Amin. And that's 3 behinds to Scoresby. We've gone 7 minutes in this first quarter. Donvale yet to score.
Well, we've played 7 minutes, but realistically, Donvale have been under a lot more pressure than Scoresby have, because Scoresby have had the ball mainly inside their forward 50.
Just some stats thanks to Premier Data. The clearances are 3-0 the way of Donvale. The inside 50s are 5-2 the way of Scoresby, and the disposal efficiency is 83% to 68% in favour of Scoresby.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
As Donvale chip this ball in front of the old scoreboard as they take a bounce here. Going forward, Goldsmith, he's wrapped up, just got his hands off in time, but it's turned over through Brunning. Running for Scoresby, looks to find Hicks. That's a perfect kick. Good delivery to Ryan Hicks, who's 70 out from goal. Send it long towards the pocket. Underneath this one, Mason Storr. And we know he's a big-time player.
Yeah, he is. It was a really good kick too. He just knew what to do, spotted him up, and it was in the end a really good kick and delivery. Now goes back to chance to kick.
It was a great mark because he was on the backward marking it, and the wind was just keep blowing it further and further for him to go back to.
That's right. He's got great set of hands, and this will take his best. Looks to pass it off because Cooper Frith is all by himself. Yeah. And now this is a much easier angle, probably same distance, but Cooper Frith, very reliable kick of the football.
Yeah, it is, but it's just a lack of marking at that point.
Yeah.
Should have been really on him there. Shouldn't be allowed him to get that much space.
So Cooper Frith to Scoresby. This is a big kick here. They've hit the scoreboard, but just on the minor score. So this, for the first goal of the 2025 grand final, he has kicked it to the left as well. So they've missed some opportunities here. It's 4 behind Scoresby.
Yeah.
Donvale no score. 9 minutes into this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Ray.
You would hope that this is not going to come back and bite them on the backside later in the game, all these misses.
Just got to take your chances early.
Yep.
Scoresby have had the opportunity so far. The marks inside 50 are 2-0 in favour of Scoresby.
Just sorry as well, boys. I thought I'd mention this as well, but just watch out for Samir Kaziada. Just a little bit ginger at the moment. He's on the ground as we speak now, but he got bumped off the ball, so might be a bit ginger, but we'll see how that goes. Let's keep an eye out.
He's a well-experienced defender for Scoresby, is Kazazada, so McCormick will bring it, so that could be trouble for Scoresby. McCormick brings it in. Cameron had to be the one to spoil it because De Geest read it better than him. Got himself in the way, and it's a boundary throw in, and once more Scoresby have the chance to lock it into their forward line. Opportunities gone begging early in this game for the team in the black and white. The ball holds up in the wind, tapped by Humphreys. Oh, Trainer put the step on his man, got it to Camilleri, snapping left boot to the boundary line. Amin tried to charge out and take it, but, was it the boundary line? No, it was another one behind, and Scoresby will move to 5.
Yeah, Scoresby are certainly winning in the contest at the...
Well, they've turned it over here again. Camilleri, Dal Hare, got the handball back, just put his teammate in a bit of trouble. He still ends up with a foot, he gets the ball forward. Odden in front position, just juggling mark. Yeah, he's able to hold it on, looks to play on straight away. They're trying to clear this one out now through Curry on the half-back line for the Magpies. Got a runner with him, and he will use him. It's Goldsmith again, who sends a long kick towards the boundary side and punched over the line.
Sorry, Ron, I'll just finish what I was about to say. The Scoresby are certainly winning in the contest at the minute. They have taken 5 contested marks to 0.
It's certainly been part of the dominant start for him, just hasn't capitalised in front. 5 behind, so no score in the opening 11 minutes. It's a holding the ball free kick here, going the way of Tom Humphries, who passes off to Camilleri. Had a bit of the footy early. Mason Storr just overdid the kick. Now it's Liardi here for Donvale. That centre half back looking to get something going for the Magpies. He hits up a target in Matthew Day, long way out from home. We'll send it this one inside 50. Duncan's in the area. It's picked up first by Toby Richards, who's wrapped up inside his defensive half.
That kick by Day, that was a wobbly old punt kick. You could see the wind holding it up, couldn't
It
you?
was, yeah. Just got to be a little bit more precise, go a little bit lower.
Camilleri clearing kick back in towards the middle of the ground. Who's going to win this ball? It's an important one to be won. McBean has done well. Tried to get it off to Hare. Hare off the left boot inside 50. It's a 1-on-2. Amin coming from the back. Ball clears everyone. Nathan Mill going to get into this first. Taps it. Couldn't pick it up. Involved. Amin. First of the day for Scoresby. 1-5-11 Scoresby. Donvale no score. 12 minutes gone first quarter.
It was just the second effort there too, Ray, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ability. You don't get on the first attempt, but you butter up again, and that's what Amin did. You're very disciplined, got the ball, and then ultimately got the goal, first goal of the grand final.
I just thought that he shouldn't have gone to that contest because he was late to the contest and the ball was coming over the back. You know, I mean, we could see it from here, but maybe he couldn't. But all in all, they got the result they wanted.
Well,
and,
he made that decision to go, and once you go, you've got to go.
Yeah.
Walker did well in that situation as
did.
well. Up we go again. So Scoresby finally on the board with the goal. Can they get this clearance? Trying to stop that happening was Carl Wignall. This is Luke Wignall now. Gets the handoff to McCormick. Tried to step around one. Camilleri got the tackle, so the kick was affected. Still got it to a teammate in Giles. Has to step around running. He's got the pace to burn Giles, but he's got so many Scoresby players around him. Ripped down in the tackle. Scoresby now on the slingshot. Frith, can he get McBean one out? It spills to Amin. He snaps around the body, but it's just the one behind again.
Gee, the transition by Scoresby, once they got their free kick, they were off to the races.
Turnover game, big part of this game early.
They are electric down the corridor, aren't they?
Yep.
They certainly are. 1 goal, 6-12. Donvale no score. 13 and a half minutes gone first term, and we've talked about the breeze. We'll probably know a bit more at half time, depending on how both sides use it in their first quarters. Kicking to your right side of the screen out here at Jubilee Park, Max Odom. It's a dangerous kick. It's turned over. McBean wrapped up by Zalik, and just under a little bit of pressure here, the Magpies of Donvale.
Just not able to get the ball out as cleanly as what they like at the moment, Donvale.
So we get a ball up inside 50 here. Storr, tap down. Donvale to clear this one out. Fumbly with the football. Liardi picked it up now. Off the right boot, clearing kick. Kazazada's going to run into this first, fell into his lap. Has Dale Hare towards the boundary line, who takes the mark just in time. And this would take a phenomenal kick from here. So just keep an eye on if anyone's moving around in that forward line, but he's the...
He has been a prolific goal kicker over his career.
He has. Yep. It will take his best, but watch the boys behind the goals. If this goes through, Dal Hare, left boot. It's not quite going to. The wind holds it up, and it'll be just a minor score. So 1-7-13, Scoresby. Donvale no score.
Yeah, Scoresby have scored. They've scored 8 times from their 10 inside 50s, and 5 of those behinds have come from turnover.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So they're causing problems on the turnover early.
Yep.
Donvale, there's not much movement down the ground for them, so maybe gone into their shells a little bit, but Giles hasn't. Feeds it out. Tout gets an aggressive handball forward, scooped up now by Jack Tout. Try to get it back inboard. Now it's Varthakos. Another handball. They're trying to find the corridor now. Carl Wignall surrounded by a couple, but was able to take the mark. Cameron, who's just snuck forward, steps around one. He's going to try and spot up one of the dangerous forwards for Donvale. And the mark, well, this time it's been taken by Rouser. So he also snuck forward.
That was a very controlled entry inside the forward.
It was,
50.
and it was just that uncontested ball movement, just those chip down the line, and then they've ended up going down to their forehand for a shot at goal because of not taking the chances at the other end of the ground.
James Rouser, if you want the ball in anyone's hands to have a shot in a high-pressure situation, it's James Rouser, the veteran. He scores Donvale's first. He's got it. And the evergreen Rouser.
He's not really a veteran though, Jared. He's only you're I think 5 years older than him, mate.
But that's just a clear example of illustration of when you're kicking against the breeze, what you've got to do if you're going to be able to score in that manner, because it is going to be tricky to move the ball down that end of the ground. But when you're on turnover going back the other way, you've got to be more productive. At Scoresby, they've had some shots, but just haven't taken their chances.
He's as composed as a veteran.
Yeah, he's got the experience. He's got the resume of one. Still, it's a big goal for Donvale against the flow of play. Back in the middle again. That might settle the nerves just a bit. Going forward, there's a big collision there, and we'll get a ball up. Back in the middle of the ground here at Jubilee Park. 1 straight 6 Donvale, 1-7-13 Scoresby. Cooper Frith. Did he get rid of it in time? Cameron's got the footy here, but the free kick's going back towards Scoresby, and I think it'll be Cooper Frith caught one high.
Luke Wignall's looking proppy as well.
Yes, you're right. A bit slow to get up. There's Cooper Frith.
Clash of bodies there.
Back out of the middle, inside 50 here. Running onto this McBean. The bounce wasn't kind, and it will go out of bounds. So not a bad result here for Scoresby. They can set up inside their forward 50.
It's going to be really disciplined here, Scoresby, and can't let that ball get out.
So 1-7-13, 1 straight 6, 7.5 minutes gone first term. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Ball back into play. Donvale under extreme amount of pressure here. They've turned it over. Lang couldn't pick it up. This time the Magpies are able to just get this one out of traffic. Goldsmith under a lot of pressure. Smart tap to Dal here. Here looking for Hicks. It's a one-on-one. Bouncing ball. Free kick's been paid. It's gone to Ryan Hicks. So it's a holding free kick.
50-50 in my book. You either let it go. Let it go.
Tiggy touch. So I think that's...
Yeah, I think that was probably there. I mean, he was certainly impeded, so it's a chance now for him to go back and have a shot.
So Ryan Hicks, they've got to convert some. They're 1-7. They are kicking into the wind in this first term. Can he put through Scoresby second? Ryan Hicks. Yes, he can. 2-7. 19 Scoresby. 1 straight 6 Donvale. 18.5 minutes gone first term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
You just got to make the most of your opportunities, Ray, when they present. And look, they've got their second goal. They really could be a couple more, but they've just got to keep getting entries here in the back end of this quarter, give themselves something to go into quarter time with a lead so that they can defend in the second term.
Yeah, well, we've got about 12 minutes to go in the quarter, I would predict. And what Donvale have got to do now, they've got to control the football for the next 4 or 5
Just
minutes.
some tempo footy.
Close it down the best you can.
Ryan Hicks had to get that one if Scoresby were to get a justified return for effort this quarter, I would say. Curry taps it down. The clearance undecided thus far. Handball spills out. Cameron was the one to read it, was able to dodge past one player, sends it to centre half forward. The bounce went over everyone's head. Still no clear possession from this. De Geest composed into the centre. Camilleri, who was met heavily by Curry, who ends up in the Richards tackle. Dropping the ball there was Humphreys. He's brought to ground. Well done, Jack Tout and Mihail Zalek with a double tackle.
Just got a quick score update. Surrey Park 4-3-27 to Wani South 3 behinds.
Well, clearance goes the way of Scoresby. Trainer fighting for it against McCormick, and it spills over the line. Right in front of Scoresby's dugout.
And just got another quick score update. Baldwin 5-2-32 to Blackburn 2 straight 12.
Wow.
I'd say ball would be kicking with the wind down there at Beaconsfield.
Yeah, even Surrey at Mitcham, you'd think.
Yeah.
Delrain wrapped up. We'll have another stoppage. Currently here, we've just ticked into time on. Donvale 1 straight 6. That goal was to James Rouser. Scoresby 2-7, and now Giles tries to speed away, had pressure on him though. Delrain recovered it for Scoresby. Ball still in dispute. That was a heavy hit though, And that's going to be a high free kick going the way of Donvale, and Curry did not like that. So Donvale will try and play this one out of defence.
Just want to point out that 52% of Scoresby's scoring at the moment is coming from their midfield turnovers.
It is,
They kicked 1 goal for.
And it's gone straight out on the full, so it's going to be coming right back. And the crowd taking a while to get it back to Samir Kazazada. He spots
he was
up
putting on his
Geest.
foot.
Yeah, I don't know why that was. To Geest, he's hot. He's got Jordovic behind him, managed to get the kick away. Amin was the target. Bounces into the goal square. Oh, what a goal! What a miraculous goal by Finlay. No.
Goal umpire was in the perfect position.
What a
there.
miraculous goal it would have been.
Indeed. The cheer squad deceived me, and Donvale will bring it back in through McCormack.
So McCormack hits up a target in the pocket here for Donvale. 2-8-20 to 1 straight 6.
Another opportunity
Scoresby
gone begging.
certainly owned this first quarter.
And they're getting the repeat entries, Ryan.
They are. This
Inside.
time it's a chance for Donvale. Duncan got it away. Chris Tout.
The inside 50s are 12-5 this quarter in favour of Scoresby.
And this will be their 6th. Donvale as they find Jordovic. Had a fantastic day last year at Jubilee Park. Kicked the 4 goals. Jordovic. And it's coming back here. So did he step out of bounds?
No, he must have.
Or,
Yeah.
so that ball coming back, unless the kick was actually out of bounds on the full and not paid the mark to Jordovic, so it was out on the full.
Yeah,
and
it
the
was
kick
on the full initially, I think.
will be taken by Toby Richards.
It won't be their 6th. Inside
No,
50.
they'll hold on 5 as Richards clears this one out, looking for Humphreys. Bounced it and passed it off to Camilleri, who's been involved early. Looking for Storr. Ball hits the deck. Storr might run onto this first. He's pushed aside there by Wignall, who picked it up cleanly and got it off to Curry, who takes a good mark on the half-back line here for the Magpies.
Donvale reloading. He's looking for the runner in McCormack to give the handball off. McCormack now finding the corridor. Rouser at its knees took the mark. Trying to step around, try and find, well, that shorter option was open, and now they're going to launch it forward. Kazizada playing in front, takes a beautiful intercept mark. In fact, that was Moomin Amin.
Murphy could have done a lot better with that kick. I know they've got to have moving targets when you're going to kick into that forward 50.
It's just got to be a bit more precise.
And it was Duncan that Amin had locked up. He got it out of defence, and then Murphy thumped it over the boundary line. So playing up the ground a little bit, Nick Murphy. Paul.
The intercept marks in this first quarter are 3-1 in favour of Scoresby.
Thank you very much, Paul. That is not a surprising stat given the way this game has been played thus far. Camilleri wraps up. That's Curry.
And disposals are 71-62 in favour of Donvale.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Yeah, they're using the chip game.
Humphreys got the handball out. Now the kick comes forward at ankle level was Storr. McBean just knocked over. And now ball in dispute. Storr goes again. Second effort was good. Just a trickling little kick. And now McBean. He's got some pace to burn at the moment, but the kick wasn't perfect. Got it to De Geest. McBean tried to get it back. That would have been a blazing shot at goal, I would imagine, from Declan McBean if he had controlled the ball, but it ended up over the boundary line.
Getting enough hands on the ball. Scoresby just got to execute.
24.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. Grand final action in Division 3. Donvale versus Scoresby. Storr gets the tap down. Hare, well, beaten to it by Frith, in fact, and then the boundary line made sure they ran out of room. Scoresby locking it in once more. This has been the story of the quarter. The first quarter of this grand final comes to Luke Wignall, and he's wrapped up again. More stats with Paul.
Something to point out to Scoresby's inaccuracy in the first quarter. The marks inside 50, that the scoring, they've scored 4 behinds. They've all been from shallow marks inside 50. They haven't had any deep marks inside 50 just yet.
Rouser got the clearance, but there was a tackle laid, and it's Another ball up, so it was only territory Rouser had gained. Now the clearance, it's going to come through Donvale. Good handball away. Giles is going to have to wait for it though. McCormack was there to help out. Gets a looping handball. Well done by De Geese to just control it for Scoresby. Trainer gets the kick away towards the top of the goal square. McBean is there front and centre. Declan McBean misses.
2-9.
2-9.
That was really good play by Trainer. He did so well to get it down there. Just couldn't quite finish it off.
Well, they've done a lot right.
They are doing a lot
It's
right.
just
They just haven't been able to finish it off.
quite incredibly. 11 scoring shots to 1, but the score reads 2-9-21 Scoresby, 1 straight 6 Donvale. We played 26 minutes in this first
Imagine if
term.
it was 9 goals too.
Well, that would make it very hard for Donvale, but Odden hits up a target on that far side of the ground here at Jubilee Park, and there is your siren. So an interesting first term. Scoresby with all the play, but just a 15-point lead. It's 2-9-21 Scoresby. Donvale 1 straight 6. The goal kick is in that first term. 1 goal to Ryan Hicks, 1 goal to Adam Amin, and for Donvale, 1 goal to the skipper in James Rouser. We're going to take a quick break and then be back for the second term in the Division 3 Grand Final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. It is Division 3 Grand Final day, Scoresby versus Donvale. Currently it is quarter time. Scoresby 2-9-21 had all the opportunities, all the play, but didn't quite make the most of it. Donvale, they are 1 straight 6 through a goal from the skipper, Rouser. And gentlemen, it's been a fascinating watch this first quarter. The wind has gone straight to the right of screen, and now Donvale will be kicking with it.
Well, they will be, and it'll be interesting to see how they go kicking with this breeze, Donvale, Ray, because Scoresby had a lot of opportunities, and their use of the ball, they're getting enough of it, but just couldn't quite finish it off.
before we go down to the boundary, we're actually going to get Paul Uconi to run through these stats that are up on the screen if you're watching on from home. What's the key stats here for the first quarter?
Yeah, the key stats, the inside 50, 16-6 in favour of Scoresby. The kicks 48-44 in favour of Scoresby. Marks 17-16 in favour of Donvale. The handballs 35-21 in favour of Donvale. The tackles 10 apiece. Clearances are 8-5 in favour of Donvale, and the contested possessions 41-33 in favour of Scoresby.
Yeah. So those contested numbers that are really illustrating what's been going on. But yeah, when you look at the use of handball too by Donvale, with that breeze against the breeze, they were working a lot harder to maintain possession of the ball.
And also something else to point out, Scoresby have kicked 1 goal, 8. They've scored 6% of their scores have come from turnover. They're kicking 1 goal, 8.
Wow.
Predominantly in the midfield where they've kicked 57%, 1 goal, 6.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
I'm looking at those clearance numbers, and Donvale have won them. Obviously haven't been able to generate enough entries from those, but going with the breeze now, they have the opportunity to capitalise upon that advantage.
It's post-stoppage stuff too, Jared, so that's what's really important with those stats.
Well, there's a real, I would imagine that there would be a bit of a buzz at the Donvale camp knowing that, hey, we've absolutely dominated, but it's just 15 points. Now we get to go to the
When ready,
breeze.
boys.
Yep. Let's go down the boundary, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got Tony Weeks. Tony, how do you judge that quarter? They got a hold of you a little bit. You kicked that 1 goal. Then I feel like the momentum was on their side. How did you see it in the coach box?
Yeah, they definitely had momentum. I think it's just composure on our behalf. Maybe the hasn't done us the world of good, but yeah, once we start getting composure for the ball carrying and the support, hopefully we turn things around.
A couple of turnovers as well that Scoresby got a hold. Is that something you're going to also change? Changing the layings. Is that something you mentioned as well?
We need to change angles. We know that if we change the angles, we did it once, we kick a goal, so we just got to keep doing that.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant with Tony Weeks down at ground level.
That's important, with the angles, changing it up.
And let's hear from Chris Quarters, who was down at the Scoresby huddle quarter time.
Yeah, guys, just a few key messages from that quarter time huddle on the Scoresby side of things. 20 handball receives was the main message. They had 13 in the first 10 minutes. Coach Craig McKenzie was absolutely stoked with that, and they just said now they're wary of the breeze. Doesn't mean that they need to slow down. They just need to take a breath and compose themselves on the ball before then going forward.
Well, that's it. It's a good couple of points there. And if they do kick the first one of this second quarter, that pressure continues to rise for a Donvale Football Club who's in their 4th grand final.
Well, it's worth 2 goals potentially. If you kick a goal against this breeze, it's almost worth 2 every time you go in.
Although I could see this game evening up by half time. As good as Scoresby were there, Donvale, I think they can be equally as effective. And if they hit the scoreboard, I just think it'll even up, and at half time we won't have much of a difference whatsoever.
Well, I think there's a good chance that Donvale could be a couple of goals up at half time if they
there is a possibility.
Use that breeze
if they use it to their advantage.
Because Scoresby have definitely let the door ajar for them.
So their defence is going to have to work a lot harder this time, Scoresby. Now then transitioning the ball. Have to be really careful of the way they move the ball into their forward line.
So Nick Palmer holds up the ball for the second term out here at Jubilee Park. Out of the middle, Humphreys. Couldn't quite control it well, but got the handball off in time. Magpies fumbling around with this one. Del Rain in a bit of trouble. Picked up there by Zalik. Got it off in time. Tout goes backwards as now they go towards the half-forward line, looking for Giles, who can mark this on the chest. He does. Harrison Giles goes one way, then goes the other. Now sends it inside 50. Scoresby with some numbers in front, and the mark is taken there by Braden Bowers, who looks to play on straight away under a bit of pressure. Got his kick off in time. Cooper Frith running onto this one. Got Tout to compete with. Tout wraps him up, and across the line he goes.
Giles before just didn't quite pull the trigger enough, and he just kicked it. It was a weighted kick, so he should have maybe had a bit more of a look.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Spider. We'll have the boundary thrown right in front of us. So we'll get a very good look at this stoppage. Trying to fight for position was Humphreys, but Wignall gets the clear. It was Tout actually to Liardi, and now Zalek. That's Mihail Zalek. Kicks it to centre half forward. One-on-one contest there. Juggling. Wolnarek was able to control it down to a teammate in Marshall, and now Casizada with the handball receive. This is Marshall running onto it, getting the bouncing ball down the wing. Chaos ball, well read by Zalek. He's got time and space to take a bounce. Now trying to cut through the corridor, but he's kicked it straight to Brunning over his head though. Djordjevic just dodges 1 and 2. Gets a tumbling ball, well read this time now by Bowes. Bouncing ball in the middle of a few Donvale players, running straight into the tackle though. Well laid by Hare. And now Hare will take the free kick, finds his left boot. Contest down, top of the goal square. Bouncing ball, dangerous stuff for Donvale. Dalrain met it hard. Otten, it was a free kick now, advantage goes to Otten. He's going to find Goldsmith on the wing, building the ball is Donvale. Just a kick over the top today. And now they slow it up. Scoresby's defence well set. Do they change the angles from here? Can they? No. This time, straight into the forward line. Duncan, the leading option, bounces in front of him. Moomin Amin's got some work to do. Tackled by Goldsmith. And they hold up.
Some good work there with the Donvale forwards to hold the ball in.
Where to from here? Duncan will take the ruck contest against Finlay. Finlay went very high. Duncan got the secondary tap down. Giles, could he break away? Has to handball backwards, and now the snapping option to the top of the goal square, and it's Brunning. Takes a really safe mark.
It's going to be very important today for Scoresby in defence. As this ball comes back out to Dal Hare, who's had the ball on a string a little bit. He's going to receive it again from his teammate. Keeps this alive on the left boot, looking for Mason Saw. The bounce did not favour him whatsoever. Liardi picked it up now cleanly. Has the short option in Wignall. It wants to use him. Goes long down the line, looking for Rouser. Falls into the hands of Hare, who goes back to Brunning. Brunning pulls the kick in the middle. That's a great mark by Cooper Frith.
That's a great kick by Brunning.
Yeah,
absolutely,
terrific, isn't it?
In the middle of three Donvale defenders. Gets it off to Brunning and finds Storr here. They've moved this well. And there won't be a 25-metre penalty. Is that gentleman below requested?
Just their ability to run at the moment, Scoresby.
So Mason Storr, who's going to switch this towards the middle of the ground. Kazazada, great mark. It was a dangerous kick and it's paid off. He'll now look to switch it himself. Walnerek's there. Got to play over the top if he wants to use him. He does in the long sleeves. Going forward now towards the top of the square, and Min's in front position. Mill out the back. Great mark there.
Probably was not the kick to go with. There should have been a leading forward coming at him.
Yeah, he probably needed to lead up a little bit more. Yeah. But the actual ball movement of Scoresby at the moment, he's positive with his going into the NDR.
Yeah. That switch to the centre from just in front of us, it was dangerous, but the Scoresby guy who marked it, he was 100% going to get it.
Mill got it to Cameron, but Cameron's kick was intercepted. Walnerak, he was important in the game at Scoresby Reserve, the centenary game. Probably one of the best on for them. He finds Marshall, trying to break the lines is Bailey. Guess it's a Trainer.
That is good vision. That is
it was excellent. So Trainer, he's going to just hit up the leading option, and it's Declan McBean who will take a shot at goal.
That's just good experience, isn't it, Ray? By Trainer, he just knew what to do. Yeah. Summed it up perfectly, and McBean did the rest.
He's a very clever footballer, Trainer.
Yeah, no rush of blood in that situation. Kept himself composed and knew to wait for a good option. And Declan McBean, he has the ability to set a game alight. This could be a confidence booster for him. 45 goals for the season. 46 on offer, and the third for Scoresby, but he's pushed it across the face of goal, and Scoresby will move to 22 to Donvale, 1 straight 6.
12 scoring shots to 1. As McCormack clears this out for Donvale. Out the back, it's all numbers. Walnerek got the handball off to Trainer. Trainer got a teammate in front of him. That's Zach Cochran, who goes inside 50 and hits up another target. It's Ryan Hicks.
See that kick from Trainer. It wasn't to his man. It put it out in front so his teammate could run onto it. That's very clever football.
Yeah, it's a good illustration of it, Ray.
Yeah.
It's been notable. It's been key for this Magpie side so far in the first quarter and a bit. But this will be, I think, just too far for him, considering he's kicking into the wind. Against the wind, should I say. As Hicks loads up. He might shut me up if this goes through. Just punch across the line. So 2-11, 23, 1 straight 6 Donvale, 6 minutes into this second quarter. Yes, that's correct. 2 goals, 11.
But they continue to lock it in their forward line to Scoresby, regardless of the win. So Donvale going to need to look to break some lines here. They're going to go straight up the corridor. Well, straight to centre half back anyway.
They just need to get it deeper inside 50 Scoresby.
Yeah, that is very true.
Need to get a better of a look, a lot deeper.
Yeah, it was Chris Tout who took the mark, and now out on the near wing, Mihail Zalek made it. That was Richards who made him earn it, but the mark was taken. Zalek, indecision. 2-on-1 situation. Rouse is going to have to do very well. De Geest was at the fall of the ball, and now Brunning on the outer side positioned himself well and kept it low. But it was a good kick down to Mason Storr, grand final specialist perhaps. Kicks it straight into the corridor. What vision that was to Trainer, and now he can work his magic through to Frith. And it's a kick and a half from goal here. This may be a deeper entry as Paul did want. Not quite this time. 2-on-1 it was. And now falls to ground. Out of the pack. Was that McBean? Oh, and the mark, the men juggled. Nothing Odden could do in that situation.
You know, the crowd behind the goals loved that.
They did.
For a while.
But that was just really good work, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Adam Amin, he's got 1 goal already. Reward for effort for Scoresby on offer now against the breeze. Snaps around the body. Adam Amin raised the fists, gets the crowd going, and Scoresby pushed further ahead.
Well, in the context of the game, it's probably worth 2 goals because of the work that they're doing against these breeze at this point in time. But their ball movement, they're brave enough, Scoresby at the moment, with their skills. They're moving the ball, they're prepared to move it around, and they're just hitting some targets up. So Donvale need to be aware of what's going on.
It was an ambitious kick by Mason Storr to get
but
it
had a
straight
bit of
to the
risk,
centre. Yeah, exactly. And it could have come undone, could have unravelled, but they keep taking those risks, and it's paying off. And Paul in the stat centre.
The inside 50s are 21-9 in favour of Scoresby, and the scoring efficiency is 66% to 11% in favour of Scoresby.
So here we go, back in the middle again, a free kick here for the Magpies. Using this now is Adam Cameron, inside 50. Brunning got in the way and cut this one off, got it to Kazazada. Kazazada looking for De Geest, who takes the mark uncontested and looks to play this one on. They've cut Donvale up by foot at the moment. Was that in the back? It is. Ryan Hicks
They're
get himself a free kick.
They're playing frustrated football. You can see they're giving away stupid free kicks.
Well, this next 5 minutes now becomes super important for Donvale as Hicks goes inside 50. Who's underneath this one? It's only Nathan Mill for Donvale, who's been impressive for the Magpies this year. Finds Max Odden, and he looks to take the game on. Finds Zalek in the middle of the ground.
He's been very good. He's probably been Donvale's best player, I reckon.
I think both Zaleks have been good for them.
Yep.
Walnerek, great mark.
Oh, that's terrific, isn't it?
And he's going to take a few more of those this afternoon. We've seen it before. He's looking to find his teammate there in Del Rain. He's able to do so. Del Rain has an option in the corridor. It's cut off here by Donvale. Goldsmith gets a handball back. They use this dangerously. There he is, Goldsmith. Handball over the top. Now inside 50. Great transition and hitting the chest of Ethan Duncan.
And that's what they do so well, Donvale, when they're like that, when they've got their ball in hand, and then you get it into your goal scoring power, and now they've got a chance to kick a goal, a much needed one.
First opportunity for Ethan Duncan, who's had a fantastic year for the Magpies. And I'd just about back him from anywhere inside 50. He's kicked 57 goals for the season. Ethan Duncan looking for Donvale's second. He's missed that on the full. I won't go with that again.
He put himself in a situation where he ran too close to the man on the mark, and then he tried to hook it, but he just couldn't do it.
Yeah, he sort of was a little bit hesitant on what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
I'd back him everywhere except 40 out and in that position.
That is not what you want to see if you're a Donvale fan, fighting some grand final demons perhaps.
The kick wasn't very good, but Ryan, you're getting better at putting the moz on people.
It's a commentator skill, isn't it?
I'll shut up. Won't
Paul in the stats centre. Yep, this will be another stoppage. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so the contested marks at the minute, they are monstering. Scoresby are monstering Donvale. They've taken 14 contested marks to 4, and Scoresby have taken 8 intercept marks to 3.
Gee, they're huge.
They're huge numbers, aren't they? Yeah, it's the way the game's been dictated at the moment.
Dominating the, reading the ball well also. So we've had a couple of repeat stoppages here, thumped back into Donvale's forward line, but over the boundary line again. So
Where are they going to get their spark from? Can anyone tell me that? Because you can't see you just can't see where they're going to get it from, Donvale.
Well, it's just a better ball use. You've got to be able to use the ball a bit smarter and cleaner.
Yeah, I think Adam Cameron, he was impressive during the middle couple of quarters against Scoresby last time they played. I think they need to get the ball into the hands of him. Rouser needs to take it out of the middle, and Harry Giles as well has got to put some pace on the game too.
Some of the turnover statistics, Donvale turned it over 34 times to Scoresby's 20.
So, and that might be through pressure as well.
It is. It's all designed around pressure.
And we get another couple of stoppages here as we're able to wax lyrical on, the stats and what Donvale can do. But it's been punted back to Sinisic, but he's, sent it into the forward line for Donvale. It wasn't controlled well by Moomin Amin, and Nick Day took advantage of that and snaps Donvale second.
And sometimes you just got to make something out of nothing.
Matt Day,
if it's not happening for you, you just got to work it around, and that's what they did. So Nick Day, well done.
Yeah.
Matthew Day.
Yeah, the opportunity was there when the Scoresby defender just couldn't hold the mark, and you got to make the most of your opportunities. Maybe that's the spark that I was just talking about. Who knows?
Well, you're absolutely right, and back to 17 points. So they've had 2 scoring shots of 14, and it really isn't much difference on the scoreboard,
right.
Paul.
In the context of the game,
some more
further ahead.
Some tackling statistics. Scoresby leading to tackle 16-13, and the forward 50 tackles are 4-1 in favour of Scoresby.
So back in the middle again, Camilleri wrapped up and holding the ball. So Donvale going to play on and use this straight away. A long kick from Wignall inside 50. A lot of players high for this one at ground level. Taking his opponent on. There was Richards. Got it off the boot, but it's going to come back through Sinisic, who hits up a target. Vathakos takes the mark inside 50 for the Magpies.
Good smart play by Sinisic there. Just size up the option and hit his target.
So Vathakos to line up for Donvale. 2 straight, 12-3, 11-29. We saw that first term, how many missed set shots on goal Scoresby did have. Left so many goals on the table. Can Vathakos continue the accuracy for Donvale, looking for their 3rd straight, kick on its way. It is just to the left. So their first blemish on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 2-1-13, trailing Scoresby 3-11-29.
Donvale forwards have just got to keep the ball in here. Can't afford to let it get over the back.
You're absolutely right. This is Donvale need to replicate what Scoresby were able to do and get those repeat entries. So where will they be able to get a turnover from? Brunning's always smart with the ball. He's going to spot up Warnerek. But playing in front was Carl Wignall. Finds his left boot, hooks the kick to the top of the goal square. Murphy's there, hands outstretched, takes the mark. Irresistible.
Yeah, he's just so hard to beat, isn't he, Jared? Yeah. He's and Ray, he's just
a huge man.
Big
man. And he's right on the perfect angle for a left footer. He'll take 2 paces to his left and he'll go straight through the middle.
Nick Murphy, the sort of player who can stamp his authority on the game if Donvale need him to. The left boot kick. He bends it, and he bends it for Donvale's 3rd.
Well, they've got some momentum now in this game, Donvale. They've managed to get some scoreboard pressure on, so they're really putting the pressure now back on Scoresby, so they've got to try and respond. But Donvale doing everything right in the last 5 minutes.
Some of the Scoresby defenders then weren't happy with that decision, but we were right behind it.
Looking back at it, I reckon that went around the other side of the post.
I think it was through and then it went that way, Lee.
Turning in circles, magic bullet style.
The goal umpire, he was definite, 100% come straight in and signal.
So there you go. It's 3-1 to 3-11. Scoresby still leading by 10 points, but Donvale kicked the last 2 of this game. Let's see how the Magpies of Scoresby return. Cooper Frith had a hand to it, but it comes back the other way through Cameron inside 50. Fell through the hands of Brunning. Duncan around this one. So's Amin. Wraps up Amin. And holding the ball. Whoa. So Ethan Duncan, and he'll be kicking this from probably the same spot he's checked the last one, Ray.
Yeah.
I won't say anything. I'll just let him kick it.
Well, you already have. So.
It can't have been much worse than the last kick.
So, sorry, Ryan. Just pointing out a stat there. Donvale have got 2 of their 3 goals from deep marks inside 50. They've kicked 2 straight.
Well, that's what they like, the deep entries, Paul.
Yep. So Ethan Duncan, I won't say you back him in, but he has kicked 57 goals for the year. Feels a bit like deja vu. Can he put this one through? It's a much better kick, but it's going to stay left. And it's just a minor score. So 3-2, 20 Donvale, 3-11, 29 Scoresby.
It's a bit of a let-off, though.
Lee, can you turn our microphones off anytime Duncan's going for goal?
It's a bit of a let-off for Donvale.
For me, as long as Ryan doesn't start talking about the weather, like Blake tends to moz us with, I'm happy. Doesn't matter who wins, as long as the weather doesn't turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Running, he finds Marshall in the pocket. And Scoresby, they were daring in the opening few minutes of this second quarter. Can they find that once more? It's going to be a high down the line kick, setting himself as Humphreys. Curry over the back. Varthakos controlled it briefly, had to turn the tackler though, and it was Walker at the bottom of that.
Just some clearances stats, 14-6 in favour of Donvale. The centre clearances are 4-1 in favour of Donvale.
Varthakos extracts it to Zalek. That's Mihail Zalek now. Gets it back to Sinisic. He sends it forward a bit indiscriminately, but they've got the weaponry down there. Falls to ground. Amin trying to burst through as Rouser gets it to Towton. He was taken high. Donvale get another shot at goal. And this is Tommy Tout. Oh, this will be a dangerous little passage of play here for Scoresby. Former Warrandyte man. Played in the grand final last year, of course, for Donvale. 14 goals for the year thus far, Tommy Tout. And has a couple of brothers playing today. Wouldn't it be beautiful for him to celebrate? And he gets a goal, and he pumps them up. And Donvale are right back in this contest.
Well, it's been a great response from Donvale because they were under the pump in that early stages of the second term. So to kick the last 3,
yeah, it's now right back on Scoresby. What can they do now? But Donvale do have the momentum. They've got the re-entries in that 50 area. So now all the pressure, comes back on the Scoresby. Got to get this clearance.
And we've still got 9 odd minutes to go. Yeah. They could break it out to an 18-point lead at half time, Donvale.
Yeah. And they're getting the territory going now. The full territory going now, Donvale. Really getting it in their part.
So back in the middle we go again. Tap down in favour of the Magpies of Donvale. Rouser, Curry involved. Was looking for Giles. He taps it forward, looking for Tout. Vathacox bursts through the pack. Gets his handball away, but it's cut off here. And Walnerek just throws it on the boot, gaining some territory. Mason Storr was at the front. He's got Mill to compete with. Storr does well, keeps it in front of himself, and the boundary line is probably his friend in that occasion. That's probably a win there for Scoresby.
Yeah, that was great play by Storr. He took on 2 of them.
Yeah, he did very well there.
So approaching time on in the second term.
Just got to hold firm here, Scoresby.
3-11-29 to 4-2-26.
Can't win
3-point lead to Scoresby as we get the boundary throw in. Storr tap down, Cooper Frith. He's kicked with smothered by Vathakos. Ball comes back out. Trainer involved. Hare's there. Picked up by Curry. Wrapped up by DeGeese. Just dropped it. And that's holding the ball. That's
dropped it red hot, didn't he?
Yep. I guess the umpire was on the other side, so it was probably blindsided there. Tap down by Curry. Ball comes back down. Trainer trying to burst through a pack.
Just got to hang on here for the next few minutes, Scoresby. Cannot afford to concede.
So we get a ball up here just outside forward 50. Camilleri chasing that. So is Cameron. Cameron wrapped up in the tackle. So inside 50 here for Scoresby. They'd love to get one back before half time. So get that ball up inside the forward arc. Dale Hare going to go up. Chooses not to. Curry unopposed. And we'll do it all again inside 50 here, Jared. 21 minutes gone second term. 3-point game.
What can Scoresby manage from here? Curry goes up, gets the tap. Trainer out the back, though. The sweeper from the clearance. He just off one step, slams it through, and Scoresby respond.
That's just a great forward stoppage goal, right? Yeah. That is just brilliant by Stall there. was always going to happen when he was standing on that side of the pack.
Yeah.
But that was just terrific work by the Magpies to get that scoreboard.
Scoresby had to score a goal then, just to stem the flow.
Yep. Well, what a response, and that's a nerve settler, I think. If you're Craig McKenzie, if you're the supporters of Scoresby, Paul, some more stats.
Yeah, in the scoring sources from stoppages at the moment, Scoresby lead that outlet 2-1-13 to 2 straight 12.
Thank you, Pauls. We're back in the middle again.
But it was the way they did that.
It's a 9-point lead to the Magpies of Scoresby. The Division 3 Grand Final for 2025. Trainer, who kicked the last one, gets through the tackle and puts it on the left boot. Inside 50, looking for Dale Hare. Taps it into a bit of space. He might run onto it himself. He does. Can he pick it up cleanly? Storr does. His handball cut off. Donvale under a lot of pressure getting this one out. Dale Hare has been
That was great play by
afternoon.
Dale. He didn't go for the mark. He just went for the
kept
punch.
it alive.
Yep.
And how was that clearance by
But
Trainer?
Trainer, that was superb, Jared. Yeah, brilliant. What a
Tap
player.
down inside 50. Cooper Frith off the right boot, just to the left. So that moves them to 4-12, 36 to 4-2, 26. 10-point lead. And we're approaching half time. 22 and a half minutes gone in this second term.
Got to lock the ball in their forward line here, Scoresby.
I'm noticing a fascinating battle between Trainer and Vathakos starting to develop. Vathakos, he started to generate some clearances. There he is. Gets the handball onto the outer side. The kick in went quite far for Donvale. They've nearly entered forward 50 now. Beautiful punch away by Marshall just coming across. He's got space to work in as well. Cut off though. And it's going to come forward once more for Donvale. Humphreys, nervy moments. Boundary line will be his friend. Murphy forces him over. We've gone 23 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Donvale 4-2-26. Scoresby 4-12-36.
Huge smother there, Goldsmith. That was going down the other end of the ground, if not.
So back into play it will be. Murphy and Humphreys go at it again. Murphy taps it down. Humphreys, though, read the tap well. It's come back out for Donvale, though. Goldsmith hooks the kick to the hot spot. Crashing in the pack was Duncan. Falls to ground. That was a bit of holding, though, on Camilleri. It didn't matter. He was able to recover it. And now Casizada on the outside. Great shepherd laid by De Geest. Gave Casizada a bit of time and space to work in. And Waldnerek on the lead. Takes the mark on the wing. Handed out to Camilleri. What options are there forward? It's all Donvale at the moment. Oh, but he beat them all, did Ryan Hicks. Positioned himself well. Hooks the kick. Top of the goal square. Amin is there. Spills to ground. A lot of Donvale numbers back there. One of them was Chris Tout. Gets the clearing kick. Bouncing ball. No, it's Finlay. Once again, loads up. Scoresby. Amin. Can he take the mark? Punch to the middle of the forward line by Donvale, and Luke Wignall, he had time and space. Tumbling the kick out. Just beats the Scoresby wall that they had set up. Goldsmith running onto it. Nearly beat them all. However, really well controlled by Corcoran. Another inside 50 for Scoresby. Hare over the top. Couldn't quite take the mark. It comes to ground again. Wignall has to control it. Tackled by Hare. Stacks on. Ball up in Scoresby's forward line.
I tell you what, Luke Green's getting great value out of his effects, Mike, with the Scoresby down in front.
But it's just great footy, isn't it, at the moment? Really tough and hard. Great outside and inside run.
Back and forth it goes. We'll have another stoppage.
Yeah, one side wants it on the outside, the other side flicking it to the inside.
And there is the halftime siren here at Jubilee Reserve. It is Donvale 4-2-26, trailing Scoresby 4-12-36 in the grand final of Division 3. I'll quickly read through the goal scorers, all singles for Donvale. Tommy Tout, James Rouser, Matt Day and Nick Murphy. Whereas for Scoresby, 2 to Adam Amin, 1 in each quarter. Ryan Hicks in the first with 1 and Matt Trainer with 1 in the second. We'll be right back with you with the half-time show. Don't go anywhere.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time here in the big Division 3 Grand Final. And it's Scoresby holding sway at the moment. 4 goals, 12-36 to Donvale, 4-2-26. Goal kickers for Scoresby. Adam Amin with 2, singles to Trainer and Ryan Hicks, whilst for Donvale all single goal kickers. Tommy Tout, James Rouser, Matty Day and Nick Murphy. Joining me half-time, specialist coach for the day, Matt Spiderlee. Matt, it was an interesting sort of, I reckon Scoresby have probably dominated 40 minutes out of the 55 so far.
Yeah, absolutely, Brash. Look, at the moment, if you're Scoresby, the game's in a good spot. If you're Craig McKenzie at the moment and you're talking to the Scoresby players, you're happy with what you're doing, but you probably just haven't put enough on the board, particularly in the first quarter. The inaccuracy, the 2 goals, 9 is probably where it sits. But in that quarter, they kicked 2 goals, 3. It was probably the equivalent of kicking 4 or 5 goals in terms of value for what they did in that quarter. Donvale did arrest some momentum back. They have been, Donvale have dominated a lot of the statistical parts of the ground. They've dominated clearances. They've dominated a fair area of the ground, but they just haven't been able to probably move the ball as well, and they've turned the ball over. And Scoresby have really made them pay on the other side of it. They've been able to get the repeat entries into their 50. The outside run in that quarter was good. They took a little bit of risk, Scoresby, when they were kicking against the breeze. Donvale, when they had the breeze, they had some momentum, and a couple of times probably didn't spot up enough targets.
No.
A couple of the times they did go probably to Murphy or just to Duncan when they could have hit up a couple of others. They didn't pull the trigger on a couple. So that's probably the thing where the game sits at the moment. So they'd probably be a bit disappointed with their work in that back into that second term. Donvale, they probably didn't get enough scoreboard pressure on Scoresby going into after the half-time.
Let's have a look at the Eastland Premier Data team stats for half-time. We've got Scoresby with 92 kicks to Donvale 80. Marks of 38-31 in favour of Scoresby. Handballs 53-39 in favour of Donvale.
And Donvale do like to handball, and we've talked about it a lot during the year. they do like to use handball. They use that overlap run, but they've been trying to break the game open with a little bit more handball. So that's something that Scoresby got to be aware of. Scoresby like to kick a little bit more when they've got possession.
Inside 50, Spider 25 to 18 favouring Scoresby. Tackles 20 to 18 Scoresby's way. Clearances, Donvale 16 on to Scoresby 10.
Yeah, at middle of the part of the ground, they're really winning clearance and contested ball well. Yeah.
And contested possession is pretty close, 69, Scoresby 61, 61 Donvale. The thing I've liked about Scoresby is they've put a lot of perceived pressure on Donvale. Donvale have been a little fumbly, not been able to hit targets. The disposal into their forward 50 hasn't been great.
No, it hasn't been clean at all, Brash, and that's where the pressure is exerted because the intercepting game of Scoresby is really working and it's frustrating Donvale. How many times have we seen Brunning, Warner, those players that we've been talking about continually getting those intercept marks and being able to start the ball transition for Scoresby.
Before we continue on, Spider, half-time scores from the other two games set down for decision. And now at home park in Beaconsfield in the second semi-final, Baldwin are out to a 30-point lead at half-time. It's Baldwin 6-8-44, leading Blackburn 2-2-14. And in Division 2, the big preliminary final clash between Surrey Park and Wantirna South. Surrey Park holds sway at half-time, 7-7-49 to Wantirna South, 4-8-32. So some interesting results there, half-time in the two big games set down this afternoon also in the Eastern Football Netball League. Let's have a look at Spider. Let's look at both sides and what they have to do in the second half. Let's start with Scoresby. What do they have to do in the second half to win this game of football?
Well, this quarter, this is where they really need to go. They've got to hit the scoreboard. They're kicking to the scoring end at the moment. The breeze, it feels like it has dropped off a little bit. When you're actually out there, it probably does bubble up a little bit. But this is where they need to make the scoreboard really count. They're probably going to have to get a number of goals in front so that they've got something to defend in the last quarter. I don't think Scoresby can come from behind kicking against the breeze to probably win the game. Whereas a team like Donvale, if they've got only a small gap in the game to chase down, you're probably giving them a really good chance. So it's going to be really important for Scoresby to take their opportunities here. Donvale, on the other hand, they just need to be really precise with their ball movement. If they can keep some of those uncontested marks going, if they can move the chains down the ground and get some marks inside their 50, ball with tempo and get a couple of goals themselves against the run of play, they really give themselves a good chance going into the back end of the game.
Ray Baird made an interesting observation, Spider. He thinks that basically that they should that Hare and McBean should give Amin a little bit more room and go one-on-one, when going for the mark. They seem to be both flying up against him.
They just got to be careful. They've got to be careful with that because that's what Donvale want. They want a little bit of a chaos contest. They want a chaos game with that. So with Scoresby, got to be able to be a bit more communication, hit some targets up, be a bit more aware of what's around them so that they haven't got a number of players flying against each other, because we know the men can take the marks, but the others have got to try and stay out and be ready if he doesn't complete the mark.
Some players that have had really good first halves. I've been impressed with Camilleri on a wing. He's setting them up with his direction into their forward 50.
giving him good outside run, and just his speed and his ability to be able to use the ball effectively has been really important.
I think Wolnarek and running off that half have been huge in the first half.
All those intercept marks, Brush, they're just continually picking them off, and then they can transition the ball. So that's the thing about the key to this game. If they get their ball transition moving, Scoresby, going to be very hard to stop in the back end of the game, because that's the way they play.
And if Donvale can hold Scoresby to 2 goals in this quarter and score 1 themselves, do you think Scoresby will have the run in the last quarter going to the scoring end to come over the top?
Well, it's going to be a big challenge for them. I just really believe now is the time for Scoresby to hit the scoreboard. They've got to take their moment. they can't wait to the last quarter. Donvale will be they'll be defending hard this quarter. They'll want to try and kick a couple of goals against this breeze, so they'll be defending really strongly. So big moments in this game yet to happen in the second half. But this midfield battle is really fascinating at the moment on both parts.
Well, Spider, that's half time done and dusted here at the Division 3 Grand Final. Thanks for your input. And
Donvale to win for me, but I think Scoresby are really making a great fist of this game.
Yeah, I said Donvale by 7 points, and I'll stick with it.
Yep.
But after the break, play will resume in the big Division 3 Grand Final clash between Donvale and Scoresby, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sports. Deakin, proud sponsors.
Here we go, third term of the Division 3 Grand Final for 2025. It's Scoresby 4-12-36, Donvale 4-2-26. And we're back in the middle of Jubilee Park. Who's going to get the first centre clearance? Curry wrapped up. That's holding the ball. Free kick Scoresby.
Now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern
coming back to Tom
98.1
Humphries.
Match of the Day
He's
coverage.
played well so far this afternoon. He'll send it towards centre half forward. Out the back is Mill. Chose not to mark it, went with the fist. McCormack picked up cleanly. He's kicked, looking for Zalek in the middle of the ground. Running into this one. Oh, that was well done there by Marshall. Marshall inside 50.
Wow.
Hits up a target. And a big chance for Scoresby to deliver the first of the third term through Finlay.
And that's all we're talking about in the half-time, like being able to hit up a target and making sure that you hit someone up, like, and not just try to bomb it in long for him in, put it on his head, because it makes it difficult for him. So that was a really good weight kick.
And we've talked about the breeze to this end of the ground. Got to convert some of these in this third term. They missed a lot of opportunities in the first quarter. This would be the perfect start if Aaron Finlay can put the first of the third term through the middle. No mistake. Scoresby get their fifth. 5-12-42 to Donvale, 4-2-26. An important first goal of the third term for the Magpies of Scoresby.
Absolutely, boys. That was a terrific play, Ray. It was just a really good executed kick by Marshall into the forward area, and in the end did the rest. But Finlay, that was what Craig McKenzie was after straight away. Get that goal, get some confidence amongst it, but get the centre clearance. That's more important because that was the area that they were lacking in the first half.
Missed quite a bit of footy in 2025 as Aaron Findlay. That must be a satisfying moment for him to get a goal in the grand final. Clearance up for debate at the moment. Wignall ridden into the ground by Lang. And we'll get a ball up. Another player who's missed a lot of footy is Nick Lang, and he missed all of 2024, unfortunately for him. Rouser will try and break free of this clearance. He's kept it in front of him. He's got it to the top of the goal square. Goalkeeping well was was Bowles, in fact. And he's going to load Scoresby up, uses the breeze to his advantage to try and get the bomb into the centre of the ground. Rouser read it well but couldn't control it. Now it's come to Liardi, finds his right boot in a free option. It was Tommy Tout, but had company in the end. Scoresby will rebound, bouncing ball onto it now. This is Trainer, dodges one way, finds the left boot. Amin in a wrestle with Otten, and Amin in front position was always going to take that.
Well, that was just so brilliant by Trainer. Just waited, knew that he was balanced, kicked it, and Amin did the rest.
But
Brilliant.
Spider, he has great ability to turn his opponent
Inside out, yeah.
Yeah, he just stopped on a corkscrew, and that was it.
Adam Amin has kicked a goal in each of the quarters so far. What a big moment for Scoresby here to get 2 on the trot to start the third quarter. We've only gone 3 and a bit minutes, and they could have Donvale on the ropes if Amin is able to sink this one. Oh, he's just kicked it off the wrong part of his boot, and he's got another behind to his name. So Scoresby moved to 5-13, 43. Donvale 4-26, 3.5 minutes gone in the third quarter.
Well, if you told me it was 18 scoring shots to 6, 3 minutes into the third quarter, I'd say game over. But, of course, very inaccurate. They haven't all been easy shots, though, to say.
But it's just been the dominance that they've had inside 50.
Yeah, it's been one-way traffic for most of the afternoon. McCormack, long kick out of defence. Important one to be won. Picked up cleanly by Tommy Tout. Got the handball over the top. Letting Jordovic run onto this one. Taps it in front of himself. Picks it up cleanly. Handballs it in front of Duncan. Taps it back to Jordovic. Tries to get through a second tackle. Got the handball away to Duncan, who's wrapped up again, this time by Nick Lang. And we'll get a ball up just inside 50 here for the Magpies of Donvale. They want to remain in touch at three-quarter time to have a real chance in this game.
2 or 3 goal gap. Don't want any more than that.
Long kick away there from Camilleri. Got it to Storr. Storr's a long way out from goal. Handballed it off to Corcoran. He goes inside 50. McBean out the back, takes the mark on the chest.
Gee, they could have raffled that, the two of them, couldn't they?
Yeah, between Hare and McBean. He's been the poster boy of the week. Been on the grand final record, which you can find online, or you find at the ground today at Jubilee Park, or tomorrow at East Ringwood Reserve. Been known X Factor. You can certainly see him kicking this, but it will be a tough angle from here. And a fair kick. McBean lines up, and he nails it.
Well, that's a massive kick in the context of the game. Just great finishing ability by McBean, but it was just great vision, wasn't it, Ray, to get that kick moving forward once again, and McBean did the rest.
And Ray has the emotion. He loves the celebration.
Yeah, loves
And that is 6-13-49 Scoresby. Donvale 4-2-26, 23-point margin. And we're back in the middle again, Jared.
2 goals, 1.
It's just been the dominance of Scoresby since half-time too.
It has, just the ability to go forward and get it ball into 50 and just the keepings off.
So back into the middle. Rouser, he needs to generate something here for his team. But another stoppage.
It's just they haven't been able to move the ball as freely as they want, Donvale.
It was Humphreys at the bottom of it. He picks himself back up for the right contest. 0-0 draw. Able to take it, but wrapped up by Curry. Another stoppage. Tapped down. It fell into the hands of Lang. Wasn't expecting it, I don't think. Ended up tackled by Rouser. Third quarter action. Division 3 grand final. It's the Magpie off. Back up we go. Humphreys gets the tap. Goldsmith tried to read it. Walker was first to it, taps it in front of himself. And laying hands on it was both Storr and Liardi. Was never going to go anywhere. And again, Humphreys gets the tap. Bit of volleyball action. Tried to break through, but was collared, and holding the ball was Camilleri. And Vathakos will take the free kick. Had a good patch of 10 minutes, I would say, in the second quarter, where he started extracting the ball. That wasn't a good kick. Straight into the middle of the ground. It's mostly Scoresby around this. Back onto his Hare. He was tackled by Rouser. And the arm wrestle in the middle of the ground continues.
Hare's been good in this third quarter.
He's been good all day, really.
Curry gets the tap. Wignall tried to read it well, keeping it in front of himself. He's got De Geest for company, controlled it, got it to Goldsmith, inside 50 for Donvale now. Bounces out of Murphy's hands, now to Bowes. Looping handball over the top, trying to run onto it is Moomin and Min. Crashing through was Wignall, beat him to it. Oh, he's just going to get the rush of blood up. Gets it to Jordovic. They're trying to find space here. Vathakos, his kick was smothered. Oh, Zalek tried to take the mark, but it was touched, of course. And now the contest was won by Scoresby. Frith, and taking it away is Walker. Gets it to Mill, punches it towards the boundary line. Goldsmith runs onto it. Contest continues. High, up and under. Mill's going to try and set himself for this one. Beaten by McBain. And we'll get a free kick going the way of Mill.
So Nathan Mill for Donvale. Half-back line here for the Magpies.
Going to try and
Called
start
to play
something
on. Has a short option, very short. He takes the mark there in McCormack. McCormack goes down the line. Out the back is Jordovic. Gets a handball off the Zalek. Can take a bounce and kick it for goal. Zalek towards goal. He's missed to the right.
That's a wasted opportunity. He had
Probably-
all day.
Yeah, probably had a little bit more time. And that's now 4-3-27 Donvale. 6-13-49 Scoresby. We've played almost 9 minutes into this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Can't let Scoresby march the ball down the ground here, Donvale.
Well, running, tried to find the outer side. It beat the two Donvale players there. Running onto it was Frith, but controlling it well was Liardi. Vathakos now, opportunity for him. From the arc goes Rouser. Brilliant diving defensive mark taken by Moomin Amin out in front of Day. 9 minutes gone, 49-27. Scoresby have the advantage at the moment in this grand final. Beautiful overhead mark taken by Storr. Hands it off to the running Walker. Now to De Geest. They're finding options in space here. It's Trainer this time. Beautiful little chip to McBain. Kick and a half from goal for Scoresby as they load up once again. Tried to play on. Just shrugged one tackle. Had time to take a bounce and send it forward. No one really there, but Hare, he's got the skill. He's got the composure. The snap will just trail across the face of goal. And another behind Scoresby's tally. They move to 6-14, 50 to Donvale 4-3-27. We've nearly gone 10 minutes in this third quarter in this grand final.
And they've had control for 10 minutes with transition.
23-point lead. Out of defence, Odden towards that far side. Big pack flies to this one. Mason Storr, his handball cut off. Duncan, Rouser, off the Vathakos. This is better from Donvale. They link up now through Tout. Tout a long kick forward. And the mark in defence. It's Walnerek once again. We've seen that time and time again. He's got a player open by himself on this side, the broadcast side. It's Walker. He's off. Walker inside 50 in the direction of him in. Leading in front, couldn't take the mark. Donvale with numbers at the front. Wignall chasing this one. And he's bumped off the ball as he kicks this out of bounds on the full.
Just pressure. This is all it is at the moment. And they're just not rising to it.
And Dale Hare in the famous long sleeves.
That was very clever by Hare. He's a left footer. He was the third man in line when that went out of bounds, and he's taken control of the football.
Yeah, he knew exactly what to do.
It's a Dale Hare.
Very clever if you get away with it.
Dale Hare will put it towards the top of the square. Who's going to be able to mark this one? Punched over the line. No score, but we're deep inside Scoresby's attacking half.
Mill with authority there in the back line.
Spider, at the moment, you just got to look. Scoresby want the football more. They've got runners on the outside. You know, everything's going their way right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they've got the outside run going, but they're just chaining up a lot better than what Donvale are.
They have the chance to lock it in here once more to Scoresby. Tout tackled. We'll have another stoppage.
This is where they're dangerous, Scoresby, from a forward stoppage.
What is the margin you would want to be in front at three-quarter time, Ray, for Scoresby?
I think 24 points. 4 goals you'd have to be. It'll be really safe.
I'd say five or six goals for me.
Vathakos able to get the clearance. Cameron, beautiful hands, takes the mark, and now just waiting for options to present themselves. They have, and it was Harry Giles, but coming across was Wolnerek.
That should be 25.
Yeah, he was brought to ground there by Giles after taking the mark, and he's kicked it straight to Rouser. So Donvale have the opportunity to load up again. Are they going to take the opportunity? They're not moving it quickly enough as the evergreen Rouser chips it to Giles. Sends it forward. Day. Brilliant overhead mark taken under duress. So Matthew Day, kick and a half from goal. He's got Murphy in his sights. Murphy over the head, but no mark taken. And Moomin Amin acquitting himself well today against such a dangerous opponent in Nick Murphy.
It's just these numbers that they're getting back, Scoresby. Amin, Warnerak running. It's incredible the way that they're playing.
But this is a dangerous spot for Scoresby. Can they lock it in or just break free? The handball came from Day to Tout. Tout was tackled by Wolnerek. Very physical player, Tom Wolnerek. Back up we go. Finlay taking the ruck contest. Tap though by Donvale. Vathakos trying to break free. He was tackled immediately. Got the handball away, but the tackle was laid there on Wolnerek and holding the ball. Donvale will get an opportunity to get a steadier here. Bit of a melee on. We'll find out who will be taking this kick for Donvale after everything's been broken up.
I think it's Tommy Tout.
It is Tommy Tout indeed. So he's got one already for the day. Can he find the big sticks again? This to bring the margin back to 17 points. And an important steadier here in the middle of the third quarter for Donvale as they try and set themselves up for a big final quarter. Tommy Tout comes in and he's pushed it across the face of goal and right into the cheer squad.
So that moves Donvale now to 4-4-28 to Scoresby 6-14-50. 14 minutes gone in this third term. So that margin at 22 points, and as we said, if they can keep it under the 4 goal, under 5 goals, you know they're a big chance. Oh, smothered. Well done, Jordovic, to get to that one.
It was desperation there.
Camilleri with the kick in, and Jordovic got there to get the smother. And we're locked inside the Magpies forward 50 here. Boundary throw in. Day tapped it down. Handball back out. Picked up by Richards. Bit of handball in hope. Big tackle laid by Lang. And we'll get a ball up. Still inside 50 here for Donvale. Looking for their first of the second half. Tapped down by Murphy. Jordovic around this one. So's Rouser coming through. Picked up that time by Del Rey. Ball comes back out. Humphries throws it on the boot. In defence is Nathan Mill. He's done well as Mill as he puts it in front of an opposition. Going back with a flight to get the fist to that was Corcoran, who did extremely well. And you heard that in front of us on the grandstand side. The Scoresby faithful like that one.
Done some good things today, Corcoran.
Yeah, very clever not to give a free kick away.
Just
Very
clever. Have to say, if you're watching on from Facebook and YouTube, look at the hill behind the goals there. Fantastic, great turnout. A lot of green behind the goals. The reserves for Donvale getting up in the previous game against Upper Ferntree Gully. Premiers once again as Scoresby look to now take the game on. Bouncing ball in front of Zalik. Stork went the hip and shoulder. Mick Bean picked it up. Wrapped up in the tackle by Wignall. And we'll get a ball up back in the middle of the ground. What a game we've got here
This is a great arm wrestle.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Ryan. Back we go. Murphy tapped it down. Sinisic lost it immediately. Zalek tried to fend off one. Dalrain's having none of that, holding the ball.
Something we've seen today that I don't think we've seen it when these two teams have clashed is the physicality that Scoresby are applying.
Oh, it's been big.
Yeah, they've really lifted their intensity.
Jacob Dalrain personified that in that moment. Got the kick down onto the, just tight roping the boundary line. This is Frith.
Oh. Looked almost out the full.
Yeah, I thought so, but Frith, lucky enough in that situation, kicks it to the hot spot. De Geest will try and rove it. Cameron will be first to it. Boundary line, though, as McCormick runs out of room.
And their pressure Scoresby with their tackling. It's been first class.
22-point lead for Scoresby, setting themselves up to try and defend the breeze-assisted Donvale in the final quarter. Finlay gets the tap down into a dangerous spot, roved by Frith, got it onto the boot, but Cameron, brilliant intercept mark. And he's going to have to find a way forward for Donvale, assisted by the 25-metre penalty given away by De Geest. So forward we come. Adam Cameron finds Varthakos on his own in the middle of the ground, using the corridor now, Donvale, and out to the outer side this time as they continue to advance forward. Mark taken by Djordjevic. Gets a handball out in front of Otten. He lost it, though, in translation. Was able to pick it up. Good shepherd laid by Djordjevic, so he had time and space to send it into the forward line. It was mostly Scoresby, but roving it was Varthakos. Tried to break through the Camilleri tackle, didn't quite do so. Here comes Sinisic. Little dainty boot to Giles. He could put one on the board for Donvale, but doesn't quite. And it sprays out to the left, and now it's Donvale perhaps not making the most of their opportunities going forward.
Yeah, they're just not getting the good looks, are they, Donvale, at the moment? A couple of rush kicks.
So Dale had to take the kick in. It's 4-5-29 to 6-14-50. Scoresby leading almost into time on in this third term. The mark was dropped by Cooper Frith, but a free kick has been awarded, and it is going away of the vice-captain. And Frith has Walker by himself, who takes the mark uncontested. Right in front of us, broadcast side at the fabulous Jubilee Park, Ringwood. As he goes down the line looking for the skipper and De Geest. Don't know if that bounced off his head or just the...
It might have been a Falcon, yeah.
As we'll get a boundary throw in as we tick into the 19th minute mark of this third term.
Donvale have thrown Murphy into the ruck too, boys, to try and get something going.
Just got to get some movement from Donvale at the moment.
Murphy does win the tap out. Sinisic is there. Frith competes with him. He's able to pick it up cleanly. Just got boot to ball in time. Vathakos wrapped up in the tackle by De Geest, and once again we'll have a ball up just outside Scoresby's forward 50. They want more. They don't want to go in with this lead. I'd love to get this past the 5-goal mark to really go in with three-quarter time with the momentum. Tap down again. Vathakos, who's been big, but he's wrapped up in the tackle once again, so the ball not going anywhere.
Another opportunity for forward stoppage.
Let's see what Scoresby can do if they lock it in their forward half. Currently it is a 21-point margin, so still well and truly in the balance here. Donvale will be kicking with the win last quarter. Big tackle on Zalek and holding the ball. And they've been red hot on it today.
But it was just a red hot tackle.
It certainly was, and someone who's been very good today, Matthew Traynor, will now line up for what would be Scoresby's 7th, if he can put this through. 6-14-50, they lead Donvale 4-5-29. Matthew Traynor, who's come to the club, has been an important cog in this lineup. Traynor, we're right behind this one. Matt Traynor. Is he passing it? Because Amin's in the goal square. So is a teammate there in Finlay. And it's Otten who clears this one out for the Magpies. Gets it off to Cameron, who can take a bounce. Just slowly working his way up the ground. And if he can hit up a target, it's turned over. Scoresby through Humphreys, goes back inside, forward 50. Mason Storr on the chest.
He's become a very valuable player since half time as well. He was good in the first half, but he's been good this quarter.
Yeah, really been impressed with Storr and Trainer and all these players, but they've just been on top, and Donvale really struggling to get their ball movement.
So Mason Storr, feels like we've talked about the opportunities again in this quarter. Feels like this game could potentially have been just about wrapped up, but they haven't been able to make the most of them. Can Mason Storr extend this lead on the eve of three-quarter time? Mason Storr comes in, kick on away, and it's through the middle. Important one for Scoresby, 7-14-56. Donvale 4-5-29. 22 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, they just get the ball into their 50, right, and they've just been able to lock it in.
Yeah.
So that's been the big advantage that they've been able to do. They've been able to get marks inside the 50, as we know. You go forward advantage, always won.
But I like their hardness at the football.
Yeah.
You know, I like their hardness.
Yeah, they've been good.
Back into the centre we will go. Donvale, they really can't afford to let another one slip this quarter. 4-5-29 to 7-14-56. 22 and a half minutes gone. Grand final action of Division 3. Back into the middle we go. Humphrey's got the tap, but Rouser steams through the clearance. High ball, inside 50, punched down to ground. Djordjevic taps it to himself. Couldn't control it. Now Amin advances forward. High kick. Frith, the option there. It went beyond him. Came to ground level. Frith trying to read it. Was able to control it. Now shares it round. Has the option on the outer side. It's Walker, and he's got options arrayed in front of him. Amin will be the main target. He tapped it to Storr. That was very, very clever, but Storr was tackled as he got it onto the boot, and it was out in the full, in fact. So Sinisic now takes the mark from the re-entry by Donvale.
Walker's just running around unopposed. No one wants a man up on him today.
No direct opponent.
So Otten just bites off the 45 kick and gets it to Wignall. Trying to use the corridor well. Mill is on his own. Walner-X going to have to be manning him, but Wignall didn't want to go to him. Sends it to Duncan, who's leading up, but had to meet it heavily. That's a player down there for Scoresby. Giles tried to kick it off the ground. It's a bit of ricochet football at the moment. Players crash in, bodies fly. Umpire says, mine.
Yeah, the tackles in this game are 33-28 in favour of Scoresby, but the forward 50 tackles has been a big standout, 10-4 in Scoresby's favour.
Yeah, it's been a big factor in this game, Paul. You're right.
Secondary ball up from that. Humphreys will go again. This time against Curry. Wignall cuts through the centre, cuts through the pack. Djordjevic tackled immediately over the line.
And also a huge stat in this game, the inside 50 marks, 13-4 in favour of Scoresby. They've just been able to find mark after mark.
Yeah. It's a big number.
So tap down inside 50 here. Chance of the Magpies. Tommy Tout snapped around the corner and just missed it.
It's just the contrast, isn't it? The way that teams are going in. Scoresby hitting up targets. Donvale blazing.
Donvale just need to hit up targets to get back in this game.
So 4-6-30, Donvale. Scoresby 7-14-56. 26-point lead as Tim DeGeese marks in the back pocket.
So the option will be Finlay, or out in the full just. So Sam Goldsmith will take the free kick. And he didn't start with the ball within the, or outside of play. So umpire brings him back. Now you can go, Goldsmith. Sets it up. Who will be brave enough to stand under this one? Rouser. Unopposed in the end, really. Oh, tried to get it to the top of the goal square. Oh, will it bounce? No. So the three-quarter time siren has gone. Donvale trail in the Division 3 Grand Final 4-6-30 to Scoresby 7-14-56. I'll quickly go through the goal kickers. Singles to Donvale. Tom Tout, James Rouser, Matt Day and Nick Murphy. Whereas for Scoresby, 2 to Adam Amin, and then singles to Aaron Finlay, Declan McBean, Ryan Hicks, Matt Trainer and Mason Storr. Don't go anywhere. We have a fast finish for you in Division 3 Grand Final action. We'll be back with you after the break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/.
Quarter to go. Paul, some of those stats across the afternoon, what's impressed you and what's stood out?
Yeah, no, I think it's just, Scoresby have just been harder for longer. That's been the story of the game. The marks inside 50 is a big standout, 13-4 in favour of Scoresby. The contested marks, 18-9 in favour of Scoresby. But even though they've been inaccurate, the scoring efficiency for Scoresby is 55%. So they're scoring at 55% for inside 50. So yeah, the kicks are 135, 118 in favour of Scoresby. Marks 56-43 in favour of Scoresby. Donvale 73-51 handballs in their favour. 38-29 inside 50s in Scoresby's favour. Tackles 33-30 in Scoresby's favour. Clearances 24-16 in Donvale's favour, and contested possessions 95-94 in Scoresby's favour.
And that's been the difference in the game, the contested game. You know, the way that Scoresby's played, like they've just been able to move the ball, with precision, ball movement, transition, but they're intercepting. This is the last quarter of the year. Scoresby win this quarter, they win the premiership.
Turnovers also been. Scoring from turnover has been massive as well. Premierships are won from scoring from turnover. 4 goals, 12 for Scoresby to 1 goals, 5 to Donvale.
Let's go down the boundary because Chris Cordis has Craig McKenzie with him.
Yes, I do. Craig, 3 quarters in the books, 1 to go. How have you seen it so far?
Well, I'm pretty proud of the boys. We've brought the heat. We said bring the heat. We've brought the heat. We said we wanted to stay disciplined. We've been disciplined, so 1 more quarter to go.
Excellent. It was quite the rev up from yourself. You said 30 minutes is a long time. How do you keep the boys focused, and what's the plan now that you're going against the wind?
Well, we've always said what's next, so that's how we stay focused. We move on, we move on, we move on, and it's just discipline the whole time. Against the wind's sort of coming across the ground, so we've always had a running game on this big ground to keep it short and run, so into the wind, what else could you do?
Best of luck, Coach. Thank you.
Thanks there, Chris Cordis. Down on ground level with Craig McKenzie.
Just following on, Chris, I did go to the Donvale huddle and, very animated, as you can expect in a really good grand final here. But I think Tony just said, just take the game on, kick the first one, we'll see what happens. And sort of what Craig McKenzie was just saying, 30 minutes is a long time, and he still believes that they can do the job. and they have full belief, Donvale.
Game's not done.
It's not done. But
26
they've got to
points.
take the game on now. They can't. They've got to pull the trigger now.
Correct. And Spider, we've seen this time and time
What you
again.
got to realise is they've got to kick 5 more goals this quarter than what scores.
Well, they win the quarter, they win the premiership.
Yeah, I know,
If they
but
get the first,
as soon as Scoresby get 1 or maybe 2, it's going to be so much harder.
I agree with that. If Scoresby
I
get
can't
the
see them
first,
getting back in. I don't know who's going to lift their side.
first goal is huge. If Scoresby gets it, that's going to make it almost impossible for Donvale. They get the first, they get their tails up, they can potentially get on a bit of a run. But look, they've been the benchmark. This is now their 4th grand final in a row. They need to go up for their sake. They want to go up. They're desperate to go up.
Yep.
They're 26 points down at 3/4 time of the grand final after another good year.
They got to go harder. They got to
harder than ever, and they're playing a Scoresby side who are looking for back-to-back premierships and a rise into Division 2. Famous club. Here we go, last quarter. Jared Beanland, take us underway.
Let's go into the rock contest, and Donvale gets the first clearance. Duncan sets himself over the back. Kazizada did really well. Bodies crash and come to ground on Wolnerek. No, he gets himself up. He looks okay, but the stoppage will come in Donvale's forward line. Important territory moment here. Liardi gets the kick away. Around the corner, it was under pressure. The tackle was laid. People thought it was without it. And
the unofficiating umpire paid that. The umpire in the middle of the ground.
So Dale Hare, such a wily player, manages to get the kick out towards the boundary line. Frith curses himself for not taking that mark, but it goes over the boundary line right in front of a very nervous Scoresby bench, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think they're nervous. They're in a comfortable position. They're happy with the way that the game's been played.
I knew it when I said it. I was perhaps not. So Frith will get the clearance, sharing it around with Corcoran. And now Finlay hacks it down the ground onto the wing. Out the back, though, Cameron. He's got space to work into. McBean. He targeted him, but Cameron got the kick away. Wolnerek. And now Kazizada. Finlay took the mark. Was that 15? Umpire said so. Finlay will hand it off, and Scoresby will advance once more. It's a high up and under kick. Storr sets himself, takes the mark. Completely outpointed Nathan Mill. And Scoresby will settle this down, trying to pick their way through the Donvale defence. Hare is on his own and takes the mark. That was poor checking by Donvale.
He's had a great game.
He has indeed.
He's been good. They've had a lot of good players.
Sends it into the forward line. Amin just coming from the back, but couldn't take it. I thought the whistle went, so did Donvale, but they had to share it around with hands, and now Wignall will exit defence with a bounce. Had Storr for company, tried to go down the corridor. Goldsmith spilt it. Kazizada breaks it all up, and now Walker shares it onto the outer side. It's Wolnerek. Looping handball over to Walker. Giles stole it from him, picked his pocket and sends it to Vathakos. Through hands to Liardi. Handball, aggressive one, forward into the forward line for Donvale. Good contest work by Scoresby. Kazizada will mop it up. And now the black and white will exit defence through Brunning. Sends it to Storr. And he'll load up. It's a centre half forward. Who's there? It's Trainer. Just slipped out of his hands. Was able to take it. Spins around. Amin trying to charge into the pocket. He's on his own. He's got time, space. Hooks the kick. Scoresby with the first of the final quarter. What a miracle by Amin. And Scoresby are up and about.
That was brilliant by Trainer.
Well, that was, Ray.
Brilliant by Trainer.
Just his presence of mind just to be able to win that ball. That was so important, probably the biggest moment in this grand final, and he did it, and he got the ball, moved it on, and Amin finished it.
When he moved it on, he kicked it out in front of Amin. It didn't go to the contest, kicked it out. Very clever by Matthew Trainer.
Yep.
But even prior to that, when the ball was over in the back six there for Scoresby, they were under pressure, but they kept their cool, and finally they got it out.
Well, it's been composure all day.
11 min for Amin, and he'll get the ton in this last quarter. They're back in the middle again. Curry's kick was smothered. Out of the middle for Donvale. They've got to get something going now. They're 32 points down. Jordovic, he ends up with the footy, does well. Puts it towards the top of the square. Murphy at the back takes the mark. Handballed over the top. Vathakos Needed goal there for the Magpies of Donvale. They get the quick response, and they're not out of it just yet. 5-6-36 to 8-14-62. Let's go to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, just look out for Kyle Wignall, boys. He's coming off the ground now. Just got a big knock there in the centre of the ground. So he's walking off now with the trainers. So look out for this one. Doesn't look good. He's looking to the chin, jaw, but he's going to stay on the ground.
Okay.
So he's staying on the ground.
Well, can they get the next one, Donvale? That was good response.
They've got to know that they've got too much quality just across the board to Donvale to go quietly into that night. Hare, though, tries to stop them from that clearance. Oh, ends up with Liardi. What a turnover. Spearing ball. Murphy again in the goal square. Falls in front of him. Brilliant control, though.
Free kick.
Oh, it's a free
Murphy.
kick. And Nick Murphy will line up, and he could get a second in a row for Donvale. This is such an important kick. He should do it. Wouldn't want to put the Moz on him, but it's the simplest of processes. He's going to go the snap. Bang. Donvale not out of it.
Well, back to 20 points, and that's how momentum works.
Exactly.
6-42 to 8-14-62, Spider.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those games. Like, you just cannot, say that they're out of this game, Donvale, because they will keep coming. They've got to believe that they can keep coming. If they can get the next couple of clearances and keep getting balls into their 50, it'll keep putting pressure on Scoresby's defence.
So,
I mean, I think you boys are getting a bit carried away. We've played 5 minutes
Ray,
into the quarter. Hang
plenty
on.
of time.
You've had yours say, I have mine. They've played 5 minutes into the quarter, and what have they gained? They've gained 1 goal.
That too.
No, yeah, but Scoresby got 1 too.
Okay,
They've gained 1 goal.
Still one way to go.
It's still very open. I agree. Scoresby's still in control of this game. But we're back in the middle again, and they'll go inside 50. Will Donvale. Liardi. The mark not taken. Tried to claim it there. Almost did Duncan.
Mind you, I did, to the listeners, I did pick Donvale.
Yeah, exactly. But a couple of kicks have gone in a little bit deeper, and they're trying to get Murphy one out and Duncan.
So, Murphy in the ruck. Stolen out. A high kick. Raiden Bowes chasing this one. It bounces across the line for a minor score. So that's 6-7-43 Donvale. 8-14-62 Scoresby coming up to the 7th minute mark in this final term.
9-10 point lead for Scoresby to defend now. Breeze against them, but it has dropped off a little bit, I would say. Scoresby exit defence. Sinisic sets himself. No. Spills to, Curry. He had it stolen by Hare, and Camilleri will go forward with this. Good positioning by McCormick, well read as well. He'll reload for Donvale. Otten screaming for it. He says, no, I don't want to go backward, I want to go forward. And Camilleri set himself really well in that one. Heavily hit by Rouser, but he gets up, bounces to his feet, and it looks like Rouser's the one that's hurt. Brunning was the option over the top. And now it's not time for Scoresby to go into their shells. I know Ray says we're getting carried away. Oh, look at that. Beautiful kick to the corridor. De Geest was there. Hands it to Humphreys. Forward they come. Amin, the option against Otten. Nervy times for Otten. Gets it to ground, kicks it off. And now running onto it is Goldsmith. Can he control it? It's still out in front of him. Murman Min shoves him over. They tangle, they tussle, they tumble. And the umpire will break it up.
Looks like Rouser is walking around at the moment. He looks okay. Still walking very slowly.
I can tell you one thing, Blake. He won't come off no matter what.
He's a warrior, so he'll be playing forward, I think, this last quarter.
Speaking of warriors, Varthagos got the clearance. Djordjevic controlled it really well. Sends it long inside forward. 50 for Donvale. Off the ground, Murphy. It would have been a miracle. And now he's in a bit of a wrestle there with Humphreys. 1 behind to Donvale. They edge a little bit closer. 6-8-44 to 8-14-62. 8.5 minutes gone.
Well, the Donvale boys didn't like the fall there from Dale Hare.
No.
He'll be getting a bit of lip from them, as you can see on the screen if you're watching home from YouTube and Facebook. Thanks to our listeners today. It's 62 playing 44, 8-14 to 6-8. Scoresby leading final term. We've played almost 9 minutes. Almost a big mark for Walnerek, but it came off hands first. And it'll be a ball up from 55 out. What has Scoresby got to do here, Ray, in this next few minutes just to maintain
Well,
control?
they just got to keep attacking. They're winning the football when they attack. They can't go into their shell.
Yeah, you got to win the game.
Here's Djordjevic. from the boundary line, looking for Duncan. Ball comes out the back. Liardi to pick it up, spinning around. Can he get off the boot? He's got a teammate over the top. Finds him. Goldsmith, right boot. Donvale are coming. 3 in a row.
Yeah, we said that they'd be coming, and they've kicked 3 now, but that was just really good work by Goldsmith. They push the ball forward, and in the end, they get what they want. They get that goal, but it's their forwards there that just worked really hard to keep the ball in.
7-8-50, 8-14-62. The margin is down to 12 points, almost 10 minutes into this last quarter.
I tell you who's having a big quarter thus far, Matt Liardi. He's
good.
Yeah, he's been excellent so far. He kept his composure there to get it to Goldsmith. He got a couple of inside 50s earlier in the quarter as well that ended up in goals. Paul Yukoni in the stats setup.
Inside 50s in this last quarter, 8-3 in favour of Donvale.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of it. They're getting enough looks at it inside 50.
2 straight kicks, and the margin will be equalised. Back into the centre we go. Scoresby, what do they have left in the tank? Dalrain attacks Curry. It's going to come out to Zalek, though. Keeps it low. Wolnorek read that really well. Takes the intercept mark. And he, well, to try and steady the ship a little bit.
Boundary.
Taking his time. Chris Cortis on the boundary. That's 25, I think. I don't know if I agree with that. Chris, go.
Yeah, it is 25.
We're just having a bit of a technical issue getting Chris.
You got me now, all right?
Yep.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, one of the things Craig McKenzie floated at 3/4 time was the idea to use Wolnorek as a spare defender, but he said, just keep going how we are and I'll make that choice. And I think he's just about pulled the trigger now off this momentum from Donvale.
Thank you for that, Chris. Yep. That is definitely one to watch. So it's come back towards Donvale's forward line. The umpire's seen something there, and it's going to go the way of Scoresby in the back.
25.
Another 25.
Yeah.
Undisciplined stuff by Donvale at the moment. They have the adrenaline pumping, but maybe just need to keep their composure in moments like this. 11 and a half minutes gone, and a bit of heat has been taken out of the game and out of Donvale's charge through these past couple of passages of play. And Brunning will send Scoresby forward. He had a man kind of free, but he was met by Djordjevic. It was Camilleri. He ended up with it anyway. To the hot spot. Amin trying to dodge one way. Through the traffic. Out of the traffic. Right kick. Right boot hook it was, but a behind.
Jeez. He tried to do everything but kick the goal there.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't quite complete it.
8-15-63. Scoresby 7-8-50 Donvale. 12 minutes gone in this final term. Might be a handy point. Gets it back out to 13 points, but we're a long way to go in this one. Long down the line. Mill to fly. Amin out the back. Duncan ends up with a footy. He's wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up.
Pushed
Right
up the ground a
EFNL
bit.
logo. Out here at Jubilee Park. Great crowd in today for the Division 3 decider. Trying to burst through there. Wignall. Umpire says nothing. No holding the ball, free kick. We'll get a ball up. Oh. You have to wonder what both Tony Weeks and Craig McKenzie are thinking at this stage of the game.
Just a quick score update in Div 2. It's Surrey Park 10-11-71 to Wanty South 9-11-65.
A big one there. That's a spot in the grand final. Back in the middle here, Camilleri kept the ball live. A smart kick and might work okay for Humphreys. He's chasing this along the boundary line. Moves this ball to De Geese. That's out of bounds on the full.
And just another score update quickly. Baldwin 12-9-81 to Baldwin 4-8-32.
So there's a couple of players down in the middle of the ground. That doesn't stop play. However, pack forms as Donvale got it forward. Wolnorek fighting for it. Gets the handball away. Saw Brunning, but the handball was too short for him. Camilleri is one of the players down, and it's looking bad. He's in the hands of the trainer.
You've got to stop
They have to stop play in this situation. Zalek was the other player who's down, I believe.
Well done.
But he's got himself back up, and Jordan Camilleri is being helped to his feet now.
They can't afford to have him go off.
No.
Need him on the ground in the big moments coming up.
Yeah.
Once again, another stop in momentum.
Now this has helped both sides. They've got to set up now.
Yep.
Let's get your numbers behind the ball if you're Scoresby. Get your numbers forward if you're Donvale.
There would be a big loss here. Jordan Camilleri
He's
coming
going off.
Yeah, 17 goals for the year. 14 times he's been named in the best. And it looks like his season has come to an abrupt end. Just 20 or 15 or so minutes short. But back into play we go. Finlay gets to front position. Liardi scoops it up. Tried to burst through 2 tackles. Held to him though. A lot of numbers around this stoppage. Nil draw in the ruck. Hunting for it was Del Rain. Finds the handball option, but over the boundary line goes Marshall. Just a lull in proceedings. Calm before the storm, however.
Donvale had dropped an extra player just back to the left of us here.
Yeah, that is good. Well spotted there, Ray. Walker got the handball away. It was a bouncing ball down the line, pushing the back. Free kick going to go the way of Donvale. Adam Cameron now. He's the pathfinder for Donvale from the half-back line.
Blood rule, boys.
And a blood rule has been called.
And he's a good ball user too, Cameron.
Yep.
So good player to have in the hands at the moment.
So what options will he have? There's a few players behind the ball for Donvale.
Camilleri coming off the ground too, into the rooms.
Yeah, that is a sad end there, perhaps. So Cameron's just going to launch it to the hot spot. A lot of Scoresby numbers under it. In comes Day, stolen from him by his own teammate Tout, wrapped up by Trainer. We've ticked nearly to 16 minutes in the final quarter. Day gets the punch into space, and the boundary line will take it. And Day's looking hurt now as well.
Some sore bodies out there.
Yeah, there is. Forward stoppage is not there, especially Donvale, but they'll need to create something out of this.
Murphy's come up to take the ruck work.
Day is looking very hurt, so they might be down 1 number at this contest. Back into play we go. The boundary throw-in fell short. Hare tapped it out of defence. Goldsmith was first to it, though he's overwhelmed by numbers of Scoresby, and Trainer was tackled.
It's getting numbers around the ball at the moment, Scoresby. Prepared to lock it in.
And I think that is the best way at the moment, just in this situation. And Del Rain happy to see it over the boundary line.
Well, they're just taking time off.
Yeah.
Well, let's set the scene, Spider. We're almost 17 minutes into this last quarter of the grand final. 13 points in it. Scoresby 8-15, 63 to Donvale 7-8-50. The margin was 32 points at the 3-minute mark of this last quarter. 3 goals in a row for the Magpies of Donvale. Tout chasing this one. Rouser involved. Frith, was he held? Nothing called. Wignall gets a handball away. Was looking for Cameron. Picked up by Tout. Goes backwards. Tout. High kick. Up and under. Who's going to mark this one? Free kick going the way of Scoresby.
Yeah.
And it's going to Cooper Frith.
It's been good.
Yeah.
Boundary.
He's one of the most reliable players as he finds Brunning. Dangerous kick. Let's go down the boundary. Chris Cordes.
Yeah, guys, you mentioned Matt Day before. He's pretty much just come off the race and he's limping. I'm not even sure if he can make it to the dugout at this stage. Looks very, very sore.
So we might not see Matt Day back out there in the final few minutes here. High kick, punch forward by Mill. Back in the hands of Scoresby. A kick towards the boundary line, across the line, and it is a boundary throwing. And if they were going to call deliberate, that Scoresby crowd right in front of us would have absolutely lost it.
Just a quick one. Camarelli's just come off from the rooms at the moment, just running at the moment. So get back to you on that one.
Good sign if he can get back out there. Corcoran wrapped up in the tackle. And Ray, probably the last 3 minutes is a good thing for Scoresby because that time they're happy to see it up.
They're soaked up time.
Yeah, they're drying it up.
Tap down. Hare, been massive this afternoon. Left boot looking for Mason Storr. Had one to beat. Walker. Zalek involved. McBean. And over the line it goes.
It looked like a
McBean, the
sumo
Warrior,
match
just pushing his way through.
It's been good, McBean, today. Some presence around the ball.
So territory, perhaps the objective at the moment for Scoresby. Continue pushing it forward, locking it up, and Walker will continue to push that forward for Scoresby. He's going to run onto it again. McCormick, though, beat him to it. Hand it to Wignall. Tackle to ground. Stacks on. Going nowhere.
They just haven't kicked the ball enough today, Donvale. a lot of overuse of handball.
Yeah, they've been harassed by
and they've just been pressured.
Yep.
Here we go again. Humphreys gets the tap down. Hare was the sweeper, but smothered by Rouser. He goes again. Hare also left foot kick inside forward 50, and coming out, presenting and taking the grab was Declan McBain. And this will be through the heart of Donvale if he's able to kick it.
He's a long way out. It's late in the game. Tired players. I would question the distance.
Yeah, I like his chances, actually.
I'd get more Scoresby guys back down there too.
Yeah,
and
there
you
needs
need
to be
someone,
more.
someone to get in.
Camarelli back on the ground here, boys.
Oh, that's brilliant news.
Assist back on now.
So
he still looks proper. He could even just hit someone up here and take more time off the clock.
Declan McBain will come in.
Oh.
25-metre penalty. And that will hurt Donvale.
What I saw then was Jordovic was told to step back
Come
by
back
the
off the
umpire,
mark,
and he didn't. He didn't. The umpire looked
So
like
he didn't move forward, but he was already too far
He
forward.
was asked to step back, and he didn't step back.
Yeah, and you must do that once the umpire requests it. It's there's no questions.
And this could be a heartbreaking moment for those that have fought so hard for Donvale. Declan McBain comes in, and he goes to the crowd, and he pumps it up. And Scoresby could be on their way to back-to-back premierships.
Wow, that was massive. A massive moment in this game.
Yeah,
9-15-69 to 7-8-50.
Would have been interesting if he had a shot from further out, but he got the 25-metre penalty. The umpire did ask him to come back, and he didn't. So that was the end result. But yeah, it's just a matter of Scoresby, trying to hold on, and Donvale, they've got to.
The unknown question is, we'll never know it. Would he have kicked the distance? I don't believe he would.
Yeah, I probably would have fallen short.
No, I would have thought he would.
It was such a measured kick in the end, though, wasn't it?
So,
He had to get it so right from that distance.
So back in the middle again, it's 21 minutes gone. Scoresby, 19-point lead. Odden bursting through. He's moved up the ground, gets the handball off to Tout. Couldn't pick it up cleanly, did in the end. Got it to Rouser inside 50, and he can't waste much time. He's got it back. He must kick this goal, the skipper of Donvale, if there's any chance.
Yeah, someone's got to get right back on that line. There's no one back there.
Well, this must go through. James Rouser, the skipper of Donvale, from outside 50, long kick towards goal. Long kick! Rouser keeps them alive. 8-8-56, Scoresby 9-15-69. And only the skipper.
Quintessential Rouser.
Yeah, that is a classic James Rouser moment.
Is there time?
Well, there is time. There is time if they're good enough. It's just going to be whether they can get the
Yeah.
clearances and get the ball in quick enough.
So still a 13
You've got to have belief
lead,
if you're
though.
Donvale.
Yeah, exactly. Still a 13-point lead. So they need at least 3 scores. Can they get it forward again from this clearance? The handball was completely wayward, and Scoresby will take the advantage from that. McBain is going to run onto this, let it bounce in front of him, takes it in hands, tried to dodge around Mill, shrugs the tackle, breaks away, sends it towards a men. Big moment on offer. Great punch over the line by Luke Wignall. Steady in defence, and we will go forward again through Donvale.
So McCormack to take the kick in. Long kick out of defence. Odden's in the middle of this one. Couldn't take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Liardi around this. Giles. Handball off to Wignall. Back to Tout. Gets past his opposition to Odden. To Wignall. Wignall inside 50. Scoresby got a lot of numbers. Mason Storr running back with the flight of the ball to take the mark.
Gee, that's a gutsy mark. He did not know what was coming.
Yeah, courageous.
Gutsy.
What a game he's played.
Very correct.
Oh.
He is the short option. Corcoran who takes the mark, and 25. So this is just about it now. We're 23 and a half minutes gone. It's a 14-point lead, and Scoresby are just happy to milk the clock as much as they can.
Yeah, take time off it.
On their way to back-to-back premierships. Last year was sweet. This one will be sweeter.
2 25-metre penalties.
It's been costly in this last quarter. Walnerek, who's been big, goes back to Storr. And they're happy to ship this around, and Donvale just are watching this grand final slip away again for the second year in a row. Storr down the line. A big mark out the back, Frith couldn't bring it down to Geest. Zalik. Handball away. Rouser has fought hard. Is looking for Giles. Giles takes the mark. Got to go. They've just got to take all risks here. Down the middle of the ground. Wignall takes the mark. Gets the handball away. Inside 50 they go. Can they get a mark? Touts at the back. Doing well there, Storr. He's had a couple of big moments again on the grand final stage. Walnerick at the handball off to Camilleri. Camilleri clearing kick. A mark here. It's just what Scoresby need.
She
Tim
did hold
de
up.
Geest.
She did hold up in the wind.
Did, yeah.
De Geest had to be courageous in that moment. He had 2 to take on, and just like probably every player out there, he's beaten, bruised, battered. But for Scoresby, he could be jubilant in the end. What a mark down the line by Humphreys.
He's been good today, Humphreys, too.
And the Scoresby control could be translated here into premiership glory if they don't slip. At this point, McBean went up for the mark, couldn't quite take it. It is at ground level. Curry wraps up his man. McBean, yet another sore, tired and injured man out there. Ball up. Otten goes into the ruck. What can his experience do? Wignall with the clearance, handed it off. Nervy moments for Donvale as Sinisic trying to go forward. Giles overwhelmed. Scoresby turned it over. Walnerick on the outer side. They're running on top of the ground now as Scoresby. Options abound. Camilleri's one of them. No, it's a min, in fact. It's Moomin a min. Strugs one tackle, takes a bounce. Took it over the boundary though. 14-point lead for Scoresby. We tick to the 26th minute of the final quarter. Division 3 grand final action. Back-to-back premierships for Scoresby on offer. Trainer ripped around the tackle. Gets it back though. Held up. Holding the ball.
Oh, that was red hot.
Dying moments for Donvale. Wignall will go the aggressive corridor kick. The mark's been taken. It's Zalek now. Mihail Zalek trying to find options. Goldsmith is there, but it's gone further, and the mark's been taken. This is Tout. Chris Tout looking for options. Donvale, they need something. They'd be desperate at this point. Mark not taken. Falls to ground. Good representation by Scoresby, but Duncan was first to it. Ripped to ground, and it is a free kick to Duncan.
They're just not going to have enough time.
I don't think they will. Ethan Duncan's going to have to get back and kick this immediately if Donvale are any hope, but it's still that 14-point lead. He's going to run in and kick the goal, send it back to the centre, and we'll go again, Ryan.
Well, I can certainly see there was not much of a cheer behind the goals, and I think they know that time is just about done. 9:16:70.
He certainly didn't help his time, but he kicked it into the swimming pool.
No, but look, in all fairness, it's just Scoresby have really come, and they've come with a method today that's simply outplayed Donvale. They just haven't been able to control the ball.
It does feel like 8 points isn't necessarily a justification of Scoresby.
Well, it's justified the dominance.
Yeah, you're right.
I still reckon there's probably about 3 minutes.
I don't know if there's 3 minutes, but
there was an injury.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they've got to get this centre clearance. Who knows? Is the game not done just yet? Handball forward. Zalik. Is there still time? Inside 50, and they need a mark. Out the back is Murphy. Jordovic. Oh, it's still alive. Oh, he's missed. He's kicked it.
He's got it.
Game still on. 10-8-68 Donvale. 9-16-70 Scoresby. Forget it. It's still on.
2-point margin, Spider.
Amazing clearance of the Euro coming up. This is the moment. We talked about scenario playing. This is where the scenarios come to the fore. Who's gonna get the ball?
And it's going to take a little bit of time to get it back to the centre, but Donvale, they'll be waiting for this one with bated breath. Scoresby have to stand firm, dig their heels in, but Donvale, there's still air in their lungs. There's still blood in their veins. They've got to get this forward immediately.
I got a symbol from the timekeepers that told either 30 seconds or 3 minutes.
Oh, goodness me. Who knows then, Lee? Jesus. So, Trainer, his kick was smothered. Crashing in was Carl Wignall, putting his heart and soul into this. He gains the free kick. He's gone hard at it, and he's earned the shot into the forward line for Donvale, into the pocket. Reading it so well was Murphy, but he just falls flat in his face over the boundary line and will get a stoppage in Donvale's forward line.
Wow. Now, talking about a forward stoppage time goal, can Donvale do it?
It must have been 3 minutes.
Oh. Death or glory moments now for Donvale. Can they get a goal from this situation? Jordovic hooks it. Oh, it's gone up and under. It's going to come down to now Dale Hare. He's going to kick it straight to McCormick. Another opportunity. He's going to have a kick after the siren. Jakey McCormick, be a hero.
Is it a sausage?
Holy, holy, who knows what, Ryan?
So just,
yeah, they have to get.
People got to get off the crowd.
Yeah,
Who's run off the field. The game not over.
Nah.
So those supporters get off.
Yeah.
This is and Jared, this is going to be outside 50.
Yep, this is a 55, 58 metre kick or so.
A long way out.
Jake McCormick.
Has he got the wind?
The weight of the world on his shoulders. Is it Division 2 for Donvale next year? Is it Division 3? Back-to-back premierships for Scoresby if he misses. He tried to get too much onto it, and Scoresby win the premiership back-to-back for Craig McKenzie and his lads. They go to Division 2, and it's agony for Donvale once again. They've lost 3 grand finals in 4 years, and a bitter pill to swallow. But it's a glorious day for Scoresby. They are charging up the divisions in the EFNL.
Oh, you are kidding me. What a grand final. What a finish. And as good as Donvale were in that last quarter, the best side won today. They were the better side, Scoresby.
Yep. You're right. You're absolutely right.
What a win. It's incredible scenes. An amazing game, an amazing finish, and Scoresby back-to-back. Craig McKenzie and the footy club, take a bow. You've done it.
Oh, my heart goes out to Jakey McCormick.
Oh, look, you do. You go and give him a pat because it's heartbreaking stuff, but that's footy.
But how good for Scoresby. Division 4, they were relegated in 2022, went down to Division 4, had to go the hard way. They won the premiership against Whitehorse, dominated that, and they've taken it up to the best that Division 3 have had to offer over the past 3 years.
Amazing. This is a club that nearly folded, some years ago, but now they're on top of the world.
And Craig McKenzie has been the man with a plan. He's laid the foundation.
Bloody trainer available, please. Go.
Matt, talk to us about the emotion, mate. Obviously, an insane game coming down to the wire. How does it feel?
6 points at 3/4 time. I was hoping it wasn't going to be that close. They came hard at the end there, and thank God that's not went because we're cooked.
It certainly looks like it, mate. And obviously, an all-in effort. Look, Division 4 last year, Division 3 this year. Do you have a message for those?
Where are they?
Yeah, we'll be hungry again. We've got a good group that are striving just to be better. So, yeah, we'll give it a crack next year. Probably, they won the Div 3 flag last year. Obviously, I wasn't there, but yeah, we'll just give it a crack, mate.
Good luck and appreciate it and enjoy the celebrations, mate.
Yeah, fantastic. That trainer there, he had a massive afternoon, and what a win. I mean, we'll hear some more from some players. They're back-to-back, and this club, Ray, they were on their knees not that long ago. Mm-hmm. They're back in Division 2.
Yeah, they come that close to folding, you
Yep.
know, and that's right, and they've got themselves back, and a lot of it's got to go to Craig McKenzie. You know, he's been the guy that's got them up and rolling, not on the field, but off the field as well, and they did. That was a great win. I haven't seen Scoresby attack the player with the ball like they did for 4 quarters today. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah,
not
it was
since
frenzied,
they were back
wasn't
in
it?
the top division years ago.
But I think what we noticed is we saw it weeks ago that what Scoresby could do, it was whether they could replicate it over a number of weeks. And as the discussion kept escalating over the weeks and months, it's actually happened and evolved, and Donvale have been pipped at the post again.
Spider
McKenzie
told us that day, that's right, and he told Ryan
Benji,
at
boys.
3/4 time, you know, you can't control the pass, we control what's in
Dale,
front of us.
sorry, Ray. Dale, what a performance. How do you sum that one up? Just
that was exciting stuff. Now we knew they'd come back and rally. Obviously, they've had a couple of grand finals that haven't gone their way, and we knew that they'll come. The weather was playing all kinds of havocs, but we knew we stick to our structures and hold on. Nearly coughed it up at the end there, but obviously the guy did have the legs. But no, we're stoked. We knew that Surrey Park could do the job last year, and we sort of did the same thing. We said, yep, the goal was we're going to do the double. So, no, we'll recruit hard over the off-season, and we'll do the same thing in Division 2.
You seem a little bit down. Are you shocked, or what's the go? You seem have you round out? You just won back-to-back premierships.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It hasn't even sunk in. The thing is, once you see the people you haven't seen in a while come up and congratulate you, that's when it'll definitely sink in. But now we knew that we didn't have any expectations on today's game. We knew that we've already exceeded those throughout the year. So whatever happened today, we knew that, hey, we're a big, massive front here, and yeah, no, we did the job today, and we can't wait to celebrate.
No worries, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's 2 years in a row we've seen heart-stopping grand finals at this ground in Division 3.
Oh, and unfortunately for Donvale, they've been on the end of the wrong side 2 years in a row, and there's going to be a lot of heartbreak on their side of thing. But we'll focus on what is unbelievable story. This is a side that, as good as they were last year to break the drought, to actually to come into Division 3, follow the footsteps of Surrey Park, phenomenal. And Rash, you've been watching on too.
Yeah, I have been, and look, Baldwin are now into the grand final with a big victory over by 47 points.
Boundary.
Over Blackburn.
Let's go back down the boundary. Chris, I've got another interview.
Yes, we're back here again, guys. Got Declan McBee with me this time. Declan, talk us through it. How's it feel, mate?
Man, words don't... I don't even know what to say, man. It's unbelievable.
Congratulations, mate. And look, I'll just keep for one more quickly. Yeah. Obviously, between the quarter-time huddles and the three-quarter time, I was down at your diet. Very, very vocal yourself in keeping the boys focused and keeping them going. How do you take it on yourself as a leader to make sure that the team stays with a true goal?
Well, I came here 3 years ago, 2023. It was, and all this stuff had happened before the relegations and everything. And for me, myself, my mum, my dad, they're all leaders. And translating that into the footy club is what I do. I love to see other people's success more than my own. I always try and keep the morale up. Even if I'm not playing good, I want everybody else to play good because it makes me feel better about the outcome. And look, man, I'm a two-time premiership player back-to-back. Everybody's saying it's the Surrey Park format. No, this is the Scoresby format, all right? We're coming for every division, no matter what division, all right?
Excellent, mate. Congratulations, well done.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah,
that's really well said.
Back down, boys.
Definitely McBean.
I've got the big fella here. I've been waiting for this interview for a long time, and I finally get it. Massive day for you. 3 goals and that goal. Talk us through it on the boundary. I shook my head. How did you do it, mate?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I don't know. If it wasn't for the boys, I wouldn't be able to produce the games I can, like the goals I kick. But it was one of those moments, like big moment. Thought, it's probably my time. Missed a few easy ones, so I had to make one up.
Yeah, did you get a little bit nervous? Now, that's a question. They're a good side, don't get me wrong. Donvale, very good. Been the benchmark team, that's what you would say. But how did the group go? How were you composed in the group?
No, I think, as you said, they were the benchmark all year. So, got respect, all credit to them. They were an amazing team. But, we always had belief. I think that's the biggest thing that we did as a group. We always believe, regardless of what situations we're in. Obviously, we saw our 100th year game. We came back from 5 goals down to win by a couple goals in the end. But, this group is special. This group can go anywhere. As I said last year, we had this conversation last year. Why can't we do it? And here we are.
Well, 100 years, back-to-back flags. Talk us through the night down at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. There'll be a couple big night down there for you. I'm tipping you're probably used to this ground. I see you play cricket down here, but it's going to be a big night down at Scoresby, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I think the boys are going to let loose tonight, so as they should. We've done well, so I think we deserve it. So, yeah, I think Craig's been awesome. I think the playing group's been even better. So, yeah, we'll go from there.
All right, we'll leave you there, Adam. Good to chat, mate.
Great to hear from Adam. Had a few F-bombs last year after the flag, I think, from memory, so he's done well. You've got a score, Brash?
Yeah, Baldwin 13-91 defeated Blackburn 6-8-44. So very disappointing performance there by Blackburn this afternoon. And Wani South have come from the clouds here. They have run over Surrey Park in the second half, and they're going to win this game by at least 4 goals. It's 15-13, 103. Surrey Park 11-13, 73.
When you think about it too, boys, 100th year for Scoresby Footy Club, and you win your back-to-back flag.
Well, that's, wow. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it is a very proud,
what a special
club. And I certainly think the way they've been able to turn this around in the last few years, and there's a lot of people to credit, but Craig McKenzie has been the best thing that's happened to this club.
He's been the instigator. Yeah. He's been the driver of the bus in the whole thing.
He's been the architect.
He turned it all around when it was all doom and gloom, but now they're on top of the world, 100th year, and they're a back-to-back premiership team.
Also, too, Spider, you and I remember very well when Scoresby were in the top grade. Yeah. How tough were they when they were with the big boys?
They were, and they just played like that today. Like when I was watching that today, you get memories of, okay, this is the Scoresby that we used to see play, the way that they go about their footy, because it's in their DNA, it's in their culture. And today they delivered in absolute spades.
It is good for us, I think, Ryan, to see sort of like the Scoresby of old, as people who, I mean, I suppose you were a Scoresby lad.
Scoresby Junior?
Scoresby Junior, yeah. But for me, it's nice to see such a proud club play the way that they want to play. As you say, it's in their DNA.
Well, yeah, I mean, growing up, obviously at that time, Scoresby were in the powerhouse in Division 1, one of those sides that was always around the mark. They played off in a Premier Grand Final pretty, I think, about 2011. We've got one more interview. Have we got Blake with...
Yeah, I've got Craig McKenzie. He's just addressing the troops. Just quickly, one sec.
He's telling them, I guarantee, no cans up on stage. That'll be the first thing he'll be saying right now. I think we've got Craig McKenzie down there.
Talk us through that last couple minutes. They came at you, Donvale, and now you're back-to-back premiers, 100 years. How does this feel for you?
Well, I don't even know what to say, if I'm being honest. If they kick that last goal, I don't know. There's such a quality side, I'll tell you what. Our game plan worked today, and I couldn't be any more proud.
On behalf of the Eastern Football Netball League, welcome to the Eastland 2025 Division 3 Senior Grand Final between Donvale and Scoresby. And what a grand final it was. Commiserations to the Donvale Football Club, but a big congratulations to Scoresby Football Club, Division 3 Premiers for 2025. We'll begin today's presentations by welcoming EFNL board member Tim Finnemore to stage to present today's medals. We'll start with the Best on Ground medal, the Frank Bibby medal. And the winner from the Scoresby Football Club, number 12, Tom Walnerek.
He's such a good player to watch as Walnerek. I admire his attack on the footy. I think he personifies what we're talking about Scoresby and the fight that they showed today.
I'll tell you one other guy that had a fantastic game.
Medal presentations.
Moomin Amin on.
Number 1, Toby Richards.
Toby Richards.
He was terrific.
He was terrific. Didn't do a lot, but what he did was very important.
Number 2, Mason Storr.
I reckon this guy was huge, especially in the second half.
Yeah, I thought he was terrific today across the whole 4 quarters. He just really gave him something all day.
Dropped down back and took
Number 3, Jacob Deloraine.
Bit quiet for mine. Probably didn't have the impact that he was hoping for. But nonetheless, he's a premiership player, right?
That's right.
He had moments where he attacked the ball.
Number 5, Matt Trainer.
I thought he was brilliant.
He was fantastic today.
Yeah, he was brilliant. He's had a great year and he's been a terrific recruit, but more importantly, he was one of the driving forces behind this
Number
win.
7, Ryan Hicks.
Hicks, he started well but fell out of the game in the second half.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, he's a premiership player. 2 years in a row.
Number 9, Declan McBean.
Gee, this guy was good.
The fire starter.
He's a real valuable player for them. He is.
Absolutely. X factor.
I remember that third quarter last year. He produced 15 minutes
Number
of
10,
absolute magic.
Dale Hare.
This guy was out injured late in the season, but he was good.
He was good. And they use him in lots of different positions too.
Great reward for Dale.
Future Scoresby finalist there.
Yeah.
Number 12 and Best on Ground winner, Tom Walnerek.
Yeah, this guy was sensational.
Yeah, he couldn't disagree with his game. He's just been superb. What a season he's had in defence.
Number 15, Bailey Marshall.
Did some nice things. He ran the line through that midfield, right, and was a constant thorn in Donvale.
He was, yeah.
Played well right throughout the course of the finals.
Number 16, Mitch Walker.
Did some nice things.
Yep. No one wanted to man him up.
No. It's like it.
Had a good game.
Yep. Good disposal.
Number 18, Moomin Amin.
This guy was fantastic.
He was good today, yeah.
He did a number on Ethan Duncan this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, took him out of the game. Did a great job down back.
Number 19, Samir Kizazata.
He did some nice things on that half-back line, especially in the first half.
Yeah, just some of his link-up work, but some of his defensive efforts were brilliant.
Number 20, Tristan Bruning.
This guy was solid off the other half-back too.
I just watch the work he does, telling the defenders where to go and whatever. He's just invaluable on the back.
Number 21, Aaron Finlay.
Battled hard as the second ruckman. I think he competed really well.
Yeah, he did. I thought he was really good and really important and kicked a really critical goal too.
Fingers Finlay.
Number 25, Nick Lang.
Yeah, Nick played his part, did a job.
Number 30, Zach Corcoran.
He was awesome today.
Yeah, he was excellent.
He's had a really good season, and every time we've seen him play, he's always provided Scoresby with a big game.
I think he gets better and better every time we see him.
Number 33, Cooper Frith.
This guy was good.
Very composed player is Cooper Frith. I think his use throughout the corridor.
So damaging.
He was always he always did something with ball in hand. Never wasted a possession.
Number 35, Jordan Camilleri.
I thought this guy was really good, especially in the first half.
Yeah, brilliant first half, terrific season, and he's a player continually to watch going forward.
Came from Noble Park.
Yep. What a recruit.
Number 40, Adam Amin.
What can we say? The juggernaut.
3 goals, 5 for Adam Amin, but he's kicked 3 memorable goals. Don't worry about the 5 behind.
He's going to make some
Number
Division 2
41,
defenders very
51,
nervous.
apologies, 51, Braden Bowles.
Mr. Private Player himself.
I thought he was good as well.
Yeah, he had a good day.
Yeah.
Stable down back.
Number 58, Tom Humphreys.
Oh, he did some nice things.
He was good. Yeah, no, I liked his game today.
Followed up his work in the ruck at ground level really well.
Assistant coach, Peter Dunlop.
Peter Dunlop, great, been around for many, many years.
Yep.
At Upper Gully, he's a well-respected assistant coach.
Yep.
Woo! Oh. Didn't want to...
He'll be enjoying a few
Assistant
larks
coach,
tonight.
Michael Nichols.
These are the guys, these are the unsung guys that back up the coach throughout the year.
And the runner, Matt Krosick.
Matt Crossick, Scoresby legend.
Yeah, does it again, Matty.
As Coach Scoresby himself, too.
Yeah.
Been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Team manager, Dan Thomas.
I know what it's like to be the team manager, and it's a great feeling when you're a team manager.
And the trainers, Marie Ionu.
And without the trainers, fit players won't be playing grand finals.
No, that's right.
Had their work cut out for them
Elise
today.
Pretty.
Oh yeah, it's a thankless job,
Yeah.
Jared.
Yeah.
And Stacey Van Roy.
But it's good on their resume when they're applying for jobs in other clubs.
Yeah, it's a good starting point in the industry, but it's also good just to be around a club, community
Now
based.
calling the captain, number 26, Tim De Geest.
I thought
He was good.
he was really good.
So composed.
Yeah.
He always steadied the ship with ball in hand. Popped up in important times.
And the coach, Craig McKenzie.
Unbelievable effort. This is the story of the year, I reckon.
Yeah, the man with a plan. Back-to-back premierships for Craig McKenzie.
And one of the nicest blokes you'll ever want to meet, this guy.
You're not wrong.
Just does the job, and he's just a quality.
Firstly, obviously to Tony and they opened last year as well. Tony and the whole outfit,
Come on. Let him speak.
we couldn't have any more respect for you guys. I know it's tough. I can understand that, but you're a quality outfit. I know you'll bounce back again. It's really tough right now, but you're doing so many great things. So keep it up. To our supporters and to the EFNL and all the sponsors and everything like that, thank you for all of your support. There's many people here today that came along to enjoy the show, and it was a fair show in the end, so hopefully you enjoyed it. But to our mob, enjoy it, boys. Back to back doesn't happen easily, and we've been working hard on that. So thank you everyone.
I now ask Tim Finnemore to present the Premiership Cup to the Scoresby Football Club. Congratulations.
Song has been sung.
It'll be sung all
has been
night
drained
as well.
It will.
And through the week, you'd think.
What a song as well. It's a good one.
It is a good one.
The guitar riff just reminds me of Red Dwarf. I don't know if anyone remembers that theme.
I didn't hear that until you mentioned it. That's a good one. Oh wow! So Scoresby, back-to-back premiers, Division 2. They might be shaking in their boots with a charging Magpies team coming up the divisions.
Well, it just goes to show you that, and we've seen it over the last few years. Obviously, we saw it with Mitcham. We've seen it with Surrey Park. We've seen it with clubs that if you do come down to a Division 4 and you need to rise, you can do it. And the evidence is there. The template is there, and Scoresby are one of those clubs that have identified it, and they've worked hard, and they've got back to where they belong, and they're moving up the runs in the divisions.
So we'll quickly head to an ad break, but when we come back, we'll summarise what's been an incredible grand final and maybe have a look at some of the scores that happened around the ground. So don't go anywhere.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, and it is Division 3 Grand Final day. We've just seen a heart stopper of a game.
One of the best.
One of the best between Scoresby and Donvale. Scoresby have won, and suddenly I don't have the scores in front of me, but they won by 2 points.
68-70, I think it was.
Yep.
It was 9-16-70.
Yep.
To Donvale 10-8-68.
I have to say, the fact that it got down to a 2-point margin in the end, I think just it does justice to the competition as a whole that we've had this season, because it wasn't, the gulf between those two sides was never, probably the 50 or 60 point margin that it could have been if Scoresby had kicked accurately in that game. So it does a justice that it was just the 2 points in the end.
Yeah, for sure. But it does sort of go to show that Donvale were off it today. They just didn't play the way that we know that they can. They do dominate sides throughout the year. They do put sides away.
Well, they bully you, don't they? They physically intimidate, but in the end, they just were outclassed by ball speed, movement, and intercepting defensively. And then when they needed to score, Scoresby, they were able to do it.
So with only about 5 minutes left, I think I'll hand it over to Wayne Brasher to recap some of the scores that happened around the grounds.
Yeah, Jared, only a couple of scores today, but important ones nonetheless. Baldwin have moved into the grand final with a 47-point victory over Blackburn. Baldwin 13-13-91 defeated Blackburn 6-8-44. And big win here for Wantirna South, who move into the grand final after being 35 points down 10 minutes into the second quarter. They have won by 31 points, 17-14, 116 to Surrey Park, 12-13-85, Jared.
Unbelievable. Sounds like Surrey Park just ran out of legs in the end.
Yeah, it was always a possibility, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, well, so Wantirna South, they move through to a grand final with Templestowe. What a...
That's going to be a mouth-watering clash, that one, next weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
And also...
Baldwin, that's a professional victory over Blackburn, who might have gone into that perhaps as favourites given the year that they had.
Well, they would have been, but it's not too dissimilar to what we've been talking about with even with the Magpies and Adelaide the other night, like with Collingwood. Having a bit of a form slump, ball turned it around a little bit. Brenton Sanson and the way he coaches and the way the Collingwood play, they're very similar, identical.
Well, they've turned right at the right time, haven't they, Ball?
Yeah.
It's very much said, you don't win premierships in May or you don't win them in April. They've just seemed to really pick up a lot of steam going into the back end of the home and away season. Now we can see him, when the scores first got read out for that game, I thought I must have misheard something. But they're really starting to charge home, and we saw them do it last year as well, and what was a very successful year for them. So I wouldn't be shocked at this stage if we do see them in a grand final on the last day of the season.
And Blackburn, there's still a road there for them to get there.
Yep.
They've got to go the long way, but they're very capable of doing so.
Yeah. Well, after such a game today, gee, what's tomorrow bring?
Oh.
I know. Do we
rain.
Do we get another one like this today, or you just never know? Grand finals now, you think that the side that's favoured's going to win, but I tell you what, Whitehorse will probably think themselves a bit of a chance now after what happened today.
Yeah, of course. Tomorrow's action will be coming from East Ringwood Reserve. It'll be live as this one was. The Facebook and the YouTube streams in Eastern 98.1. It'll be Chirnside Park against Whitehorse. Chirnside Park, I would say, go in as favourites. Whitehorse, they really need to, I think, make the most of the stars that they have. It's through the spine of the ground, such as your Haining, your Horvat, your Young, your Dunn is an excellent player, the McDougals as well.
And quickly, Jared, we've also got preliminary final action at Kilsyth tomorrow with South Belgrave taking on North Ringwood. And back here tomorrow, Premier Division, it's East Ringwood taking on Roval.
What a mouthful.
It's a big one, isn't it?
That is.
Can East Ringwood bounce back? Their form has been down over many weeks now, so So Roval, they like their chances. They've beat them a couple of times during the year, but East Ringwood, they've got to really turn their fortunes around.
Absolutely. And South Belgrave against North Ringwood as well. I mean, that's a fascinating clash, I think, in terms of North Ringwood, the only team to have beaten South Belgrave through the home and away season. South Belgrave then suddenly trip up against Park Orchards, and now they're staring down the barrel of straight sets.
It's a big game.
Yeah, it's very interesting, that one as well, because when North Ringwood did knock off South Belgrave during the season, the outlook very much from the coaching staff that we heard on our weekend recovery episodes and all that was that it was kind of a pressure off game just to see where they're at. So I'm interested now that the pressure's on, now that it really means something, can they step up again?
Absolutely, Chris. And we'll start to wrap it up here from Jubilee Park. Congratulations to Scoresby, back-to-back premiers. I'll just quickly go around the thank yous in the special comments. Ray Baird and Spider Lee.
No worries, Jared.
Excellent stuff from both of you.
Really great game to call too. And,
it was great to be a part of, Ray, and well done to Scoresby. Thoroughly deserved premiers for 2025.
Down to the boundary line, Chris Cordison, Blake Tennant, excellent work from you two as always.
Yes, thank you. We had chairs down there today, which I could get used to, but yeah, Blake's wandering around somewhere speaking to people, so he did a great job as well. It was great to be there, and yeah, like Ray said, a terrific game to be a part of.
Wayne Brasher on the pre-game, of course, excellent as always.
Thank you, Jared. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely, and thank you so much to Ryan Long for calling alongside me, the media manager, Lee Green and Megan Green, and our camera operators as well. Lee,
we've got a whole lot of them. Who have we got? Rohan, Lincoln, Tom, Kent, John switching out the back. We've got Matt and Megan both on graphics and replays today, so yeah.
It's a whole lot of letters to put on the end of LKL.
Well done, until we get to Premier Finals, Grand Final, we've got about 13 or 14 there, so you need to give me a minute.
Well, thank you very much to everyone for watching as well. Congratulations to Scoresby. Division 3 2025 at Premiers. My name is Jared Dainland signing off. Until tomorrow, we'll see you at East Ringwood Reserve.